Good day to you all. If you can hear me and see me, then say you can hear and see. Put it in the chat, please. I'd like to welcome you all to a whole nother dimension, another time, another space, another event. A time for each of us to possibly learn something that we can use to shift our lives. Are you ready for that? Are you ready, willing, and able to take a turn, to change your course, to transmute your life? Are you ready for that? Are you ready to allow yourself to be your original self, your true self? Are you willing, ready, and able to elevate? If so, then you're in the right place. Welcome to Elevation Time. We've got an interesting day as we get started, as people log on. So give us a few minutes to really get things rolling. Welcome one, welcome all. Yes. If you're here for the first time, how did you find us? How did you find this talk, this expression, this channel? Did you find it through Instagram, Facebook, Brother Rich, Black Magic 363? Did you find it through our Elevation Time newsletter? Is it your first time? Your second time? Or have you been here with us, traveling on this elevated flight for years? How many years? How long? Did you find us through Forbidden Knowledge, Billy Carson? Or from the Carl Nelson radio show? How many of you are here from the Elevation on Pico Boulevard, which started 20 years ago, 21 years ago now, in Los Angeles? However you found us, however you found this channel, this space, welcome. Welcome. You're welcome. Let's start by getting our minds open for new information. Uncross your arms if your arms are crossed. cross your feet, your legs, and close your eyes. And begin to breathe deeply. Inhale deeply through the nose and hold it. And then exhale out through the mouth as if you're whistling. In through the nose, breathe as deeply as you possibly can, taking in new energy, new life. Inhale and hold your breath. Hold it. And now exhale out through the mouth as if you're whistling, letting go of all things no longer needed or desired. Let go. Blow and let go. And hold your breath. Empty your lungs, blow a little more, and hold. Now inhale once again, deeply in through your nose. Fill your lungs with new life, new energy, oxygen, hydrogen, and electric gases. Hold. And now exhale out through your mouth like you're whistling. Feel your body. Recognize your entire body. Scan your body for life. Get in your body and just feel. Starting with your feet, feel your toes and relax them. Relax your legs. Continue to breathe while relaxing and feeling your body. Feel your thighs and your pelvis and all the organs in between. Feel them. Don't be moving away from those organs. Give them energy. Feel your stomach and your back, your waist. Become aware of your entire body, your arms, your fingers. Bring awareness to your body. Feel your lungs and your heart. Relax your jaw. Relax that jaw and that throat. Your ears, your face. Just relax. Your head, your eyes, your ears, your scalp, even your hair. Just relax. Fill your body with life. live in your body. Have an inner body experience today. Elevate the life force, the gift of life that we have allowed ourselves to experience. Feel, hear, see, imagine. You're in a beautiful place, the right place, at the right time. Breathe. Bring yourself online. And the only way to do that is to get in your body. Having an inner body experience. Today is the only day there is. To now is the only moment there is. We must first align ourselves with ourselves, for ourselves, by ourselves, before we can ever align ourselves with anything outside of ourselves. The sun is within us. It's called the solar plexus. Feel it. It's in your gut. Put your hands on your stomach. Put your hands on your stomach and feel your gut. Yes, that's it. This is it. Welcome. From wherever you come, today we go together. From wherever you have been, today we be together. Whatever your old story was, today there is only one story. Today. Let go. As you take one step closer to yourself, you take 10 steps closer to the real you. Inside, where the God power exists. Welcome, people. Welcome, family, friends, and others. It's elevation time. Are you ready? Are you willing? Open your eyes and see the new world. Open your eyes. Give yourself permission to be renewed. Give yourself permission to be the new you. Give yourself permission to learn something new, to feel something new. Give yourself permission to allow yourself to be yourself in this time. Allow yourself space. The final frontier. As we together will go where no one has gone before. A new time. A new age. New you. New life. Feel it. give yourself permission. Don't ask anyone else. It's none of their business. It's only up to you right now to give yourself permission to be you, to learn something new, to be something new. Is that okay? Is it okay if I share some information that you may have never heard before? Is that okay? Do I have permission? Is it okay if we allow ourselves to have a little fun today? Laugh, be inspired, to be inspired, to allow the spiral within us to express, to be inspired. And to move the 7 humors, the liquids of the body, through laughter and fun and joy and rejoice and celebration. Is that okay? And would it be okay if we share some things today that could possibly cause some turmoil? Some things that may cause some resistance? Some things that may go against the grain, some things that may go against what you've learned, what you've been told, and what you thought you knew. Is it okay if we break through the boundaries and move into the limitlessness of the cosmos, which has no boundaries? Are you ready to ride the spaceship, the mothership called you, and take flight and spread those wings? It's flight time, y'all. Are you ready, willing, able to find your wings? And maybe for the first time, take a trip and get high on yourself, for yourself, with yourself, together with us all as one. I need you to feel yourself rising. Feel your ship, your body rising. Feel your essence rising. Just use your imagination and imagine that you are allowing yourself to let go of gravity, elevating yourself in your mind, within your own self, by yourself, with yourself. Rise, let go. Let go and rise. Our ship, the love ship, the harmonic convergence ship. The essence of all life is to raise, expand, and let go, and spread the wings. For we are the butterflies. We are the dragonflies. We are the wings of love. On the wings of love. On the wings of love we fly. Together. In oneness. Not in pieces, in oneness. Yes. Yes. Just say yes. Just say yes. Just say yes. Yes. I allow. I allow. I allow myself to fly. I allow myself to be a flyer. I allow myself to elevate. I allow myself to love, to let go. I allow gratitude and forgiveness for all imperfections. Let them go. Let them go. Welcome to elevation. Yes. Wow. Wow. As you travel, remember the flower of life, the symbol you see in the Dr. B logo inside, the flower of life. This symbol is sacred geometry, one of the most sacred geometry symbols there is. It's in all of us. It's in every cell. It's in every molecule. It's in every atom. It's in every particle, every neutrino, everything there is and everything that there isn't has this imprint. Some will say it's the fingerprint of God. Just imagine it. And by imagining it, it begins to create balance, homeostasis. This is what we're here to do. To create order out of chaos. To create balance. Homeostasis. It exists within us all. And by knowing this, by seeing this, by feeling this, by imagining this helps us have a guide to a place where everything is in harmony, no matter what goes on around us. Inside the flower of life, you see 6 little seeds. Those seeds are the seeds that will be planted by you, for you, with you. And those seeds will grow the new you. You see, you have to plant seeds that are ready to germinate. Who can create the germinatable seed? Is that a word? Germinatable? You are planting seeds with your thoughts, with your feelings, with your emotions, with your visions, with your imagination. So let's plant seeds today where we imagine the world being exactly as you like it to be. Imagine the world being the way you'd like it. You have to create that. It doesn't just happen. It starts with your mind and you observing, because when you observe and you see into the quantum field, you create what you are imagining or what you're desiring or what you're speaking on, what you're thinking on, what you are envisioning, you are creating. It's not just happening. It's not just happening. It's a co-happening. This is a co-creation. No, we don't control this thing 100%. But 50% of our lives have to do with what we desire, what we focus on, what we speak on, how we act, how we interact, how we react. Yes, it's a lot of responsibility. It puts it on us. It's back to you, back to yourself, back to love, or peace, or harmony. Or if you like its opposite, if you're into the opposite of love, that's okay. That's your choice. That's what you're prioritizing. If you're prioritizing the opposite of peace and harmony, that's okay. That's up to you. You may choose. There is no right or wrong. But it's up to you to choose. And each day you get to choose again. As you look at the flower of life, it creates a natural solution of harmony so that you can be. See, if you're a being, then you're being only in the moment. Being can only be now. To be or not to be in the moment or not to be in the moment. You have to create the moment in your mind. There is a formula which was laid out for us by the galaxy, by the cosmos. There is energy happening that is available to all of us if we begin to decide and choose which direction we're going and stop waiting for someone to tell us what's real, what's not real, what's up, what's down, what's true, what's not true. That's up to us. And if you're caught up in mass distraction and you're listening to all that they are saying out there in the world, and if you're looking at your phone or your device, remember the device can do two things. It can be divisive and give you information if you'd like it on anything at any moment that may be true or not. Or you can use the original internet, internal internet, the ethernet inside you, which tells you which something is true, which something is real, or if something is for you or not. That's the choice. What is for you? What is for you? Because some things are not for you. They're not meant for you. They're not meant for you to even be listening to. They're not meant for you to be hanging out with. They're not meant for you. You have to know what's meant for you. Menta is the mind, the realm of the mind. What is for you? You must choose. You must make a list. You must have a prayer, a meditation that's for you, by you, for you, with you, right now. To create balance and wholeness and organize. Are you ready for that? See, keep in mind, there's a whole process of domestication. And during the process of domestication that's been going on, we form an image of what perfection is in order to try to be good enough. We create an image of how we should be in order to be accepted by everybody. We especially try to please the ones who love us, like mom and dad, big brothers and sisters, the priests, the friends, the teachers, the group. Trying to be good enough for them. We create an image of perfection. But we don't fit this image because why? It's not our image. It's the image we create. We create this image, but this image is not real. We are never going to be perfect from this point of view. Never. Miguel Ruiz, The Four Agreements. How many of you have read The Four Agreements? How many of you have read The Four Agreements? How many of you remember the four agreements? How many of you actually live by the four agreements? Live by them, not just read it, because we always talk about the books we read, the information that we studied. Are you living by the four agreements? Because that's Toltec medicine. The Toltecs or artists, they're of the original people, storytellers, griots, messengers, very creative people who live in the world of improvisation. Those are the Toltecs. And after you say, yes, I've read the four agreements, and then you say, yes, I'm living the four agreements, then you must be ready to become the four agreements. And each day, remind yourself, because you surely forget. This is one of the most important writings that was written for us and laid out for us. The four agreements, a practical keyword guide to personal freedom. A practical one. See, they got a lot of guides. It's a lot of stuff out there. You could go on and on and on and gain all this knowledge because there's so much of it out there. But can you use it? How much of it is usable? How much of the information that we're studying is actually applicable to your life? Or is it just, it sounds good, and you've highlighted everything in the book? Some people highlight every page. Every page is highlighted. You might as well not even highlight it. Just read the book and just imagine the whole book is just highlight the cover, because there's pieces that are going to move you. And there's pieces that will remove you. You have to be ready to live these books. Another book that's very important is The Fifth Agreement by Don Miguel Ruiz. The Fifth Agreement. I think also his son co-wrote that one. The Fifth Agreement, which breaks the four agreements down in a whole nother way. You see, you have a story that you've created or you have co-created with other people about who you are. And then you have signed a contract each day about who you are and who you think you are. And that signed, sealed, and delivered contract is written inside your body. It's in your mind and in your body. It's in your gut. It's in your organs. It's in your reproductive organs. And you're reproducing that idea every single day. This is why a lot of us have a challenge getting out of the feedback loop. And we just repeat like the movie Groundhog Day. Everything is a little different, but basically the outcome is the same. How many of you have seen the movie Groundhog Day? So this story about who you are and what you like and what you don't like and what you think is cute, what you think is beautiful, what you think is good, what you think is bad is all based on a story, a legend, a great legend that you tell yourself each day. And to break away from that story is extremely challenging because it's been written over and over and the contract has been signed. Every time you go to sleep and wake back up, you're re-signing the contract by agreeing to say that that's who I am. That's who I am. And that I am sometimes is not you. It's just what you've agreed to. What have you agreed to? Who did they say you were? Is that your true identification? Is that your ID, your id? Is that the basic you? Because in the beginning, they begin to tell you your name. Sometimes they told you what your name meant. Sometimes they didn't tell you. Sometimes they got a name they just made up. Sometimes they got a name from a book, a Bible, a movie, a friend, a celebrity. Sometimes your name came from a very deep cosmic space. Then you begin to learn. You begin to model at the beginning, huh? You begin to model by learning what they told you. People showed you this is good, this is bad, this is up, this is down. Those people are good. These people are bad. This is our belief. This is our politics. These are our rules. These are our limitations because you learned the limitations from your people, from your family, whoever they were, whoever you grew up around. Some people say, well, I was in an orphanage. Well, you learned from the beings around you what things were, and you made an agreement about those things, and those ideas became concrete and locked in. My highest point is that you're listening very carefully. I know a lot of people like to say things in the chat. That's, I'm not sure how and why, what the whole thing is about. But while you're doing that, just listen. Just listen. If you've never listened before, listen. Because what I'm saying today, I have never said this way before because I have just come out of an experience. Started on the first day of this year. Something happened to Dr. B. Whoo! But it didn't just happen to Dr. B. It happened to we. Because we're not separate. We only imagine we're separate based on the way we were taught. We were taught the idea of separation. We were taught about the religions and the differences. And when, it gets weird because most of the major religions are saying the exact same thing, but somebody told you they're not. So all the books are almost exactly the same. Just the language changes just a bit. It's the same. Most of your holy books, most of your readings, most of your tablets, they're saying the same thing. But you don't like the way the neighbors read that book. You don't like the way the neighbors explain and live. And you don't like the way they dance. We don't agree with that. We don't dance like that. We don't do this. Because you learned to ride on an ego trip. You've learned to get into this me thing and the ownership and think that you own something. And you think that you have your religion, your God, your savior, your way. And you learn this from people who basically were lost. We were born in the land of the lost. We were born in the time of the junkyard. 2,000 years of junkyard. Actually, 6,000 years of living in the junkyard and finding whatever we could in the junkyard, and I'll get deeper into this later, to create a place so we could survive and just do the best with what we have. Taking the little bit we had and maximizing the minimum. That's what you do. But the idea of separation was drilled into us so deeply. Black and white, up and down, back and forth, not realizing that all things are connected by their opposite. You can't tear them apart. You think it's daytime right now wherever you are, huh? Well, guess what? Somewhere else is nighttime at the same time. How could it be happening? You think it's 2024, but it's also 1996. And it's also every year that ever happened and ever will happen is happening right now. It's all happening based on the plane and based on the focus and based on your imagination and based on your belief system, based on your perception, based on your perspective. You feel that we are here at this particular time when actually we're everywhere, and everywhere is in us because we come from it all. And the all is within us. There is no separation between us and the Creator. You just get to have your own little bit, your own little movie about who you think you are and what you think you got going on, what you think other people think about what you're thinking. Think about that. In the fifth agreement, the man goes to the movie theater to watch the movie of his life. It's a movie about him, like a docu-film. He walks in the movie theater. He's got his hot buttered popcorn. He brought his own cayenne pepper and his own salt, sea salt. And he walks in and he takes his seat, and there's no one else in the theater except one person sitting right in the center. He's like, wow, I'm the only one here besides one other person. And he sits down and the movie begins. And he's like, oh, wait a minute. That's me, but that's not me. That's not how I act. That's not how I live. I wouldn't have done that. That's not how I'm seeing myself. And he watches and watches and he starts getting agitated. This is not me. This is somebody's rewritten my story. And he gets up and he's agitated and he starts walking out of the movie theater, starring himself in the movie. And as he walks out, he notices the face of the person who is enjoying the movie, who's up in the center. It's his mother. She is enjoying because this is the movie of her son's life the way she sees it. What? And this upsets him. And he starts yelling, Ma, Ma, Ma. I might be adding on to the story, so I got to make it more visual, you know what I'm saying? Ma, Ma, Wake up, Mom. This is not my movie. She can't hear him because she's focused on the movie. She is in the movie. She lives the movie. This is her movie. This is her movie about him. He thought it was his movie about himself. So he runs out of the theater and he sees that all up and down the hall, the movies, every theater is starring him. So he goes in the next one. He takes his hot buttered, salted popcorn, sea salt with cayenne. And he walks in and he notices there's only one person in this theater too. He sits down and starts watching the movie. And guess what? He's agitated. This is not me. I wouldn't have done that. I didn't say that. I didn't mean that. That's not what I would have worn. That's not what I would have said. That's not what I really like. That's not who I really am. And he gets up and he begins to walk out and he notices the face of the person sitting enjoying this movie. It's his father. And he's agitated, and he goes to every movie theater. I'm expanding the book. They're making the movie from the book. You know how they do. When they make a movie, they expand the book. And he goes to every theater. And it's a different person who he knows watching a movie about him. But that movie is not the same movie that he sees. It's not the same life he lives. That movie is separate. That movie is personal to the person that is viewing and observing the movie about you. The moral of the story is that you think you know yourself, and you think you know what other people know about you, and you think you know how they perceive you. They perceive you totally different than you are. And most of the times you have a way you act around certain people because you change up, right? You learn that as a child. You're one person, you change up and you talk like this because they're very educated. So you begin to talk very educated too. It sounds like, that's the talk of education when you pronounce your words perfectly without lips and you act like you know every single English word and you've read the entire Encyclopedia Britannica and you know Webster's and every word and the pronunciation because that makes you feel like you're very intelligent and smart. Because you're talking to a very intelligent and smart person. But then you're talking to your friend from the hood. So what's up? How y'all doing, man? What's up, girl? Man, what's going on? We riding. You change up. What made you change up when you change with friends? You change with people. Each person you meet and talk to, you have a personal relationship and a personal movie you've created of yourself to what? Make that person feel comfortable. So all day long, you're being somebody else for other people to make them feel comfortable, to make them feel happy, to make them feel whole. During the process of domestication, we form an image of what perfection is in order to try to be good enough. For who? For them. We create an image of how we should be in order to be accepted by everybody. We especially try to please the ones who love us, who we think love us, because who knows what love really means to each person, because each person has a different perception and concept of what love is. Like mom, like dad, big brothers and sisters, huh? Why you got a big brother? What about the little sisters and the little brothers? The priest and the teachers. Which teachers? What did they teach you? Did they teach you anything true? Most of what you have learned is not the truth. Most of what you have known is not the facts. Most of what you have learned is nowhere near what you think it is. It's a movie that someone is attempting to program you with. A lot of what you have learned and seen is propaganda. It's been propped up, and it's been ganderized and gravitized towards your mind, and you are very receptive to information. You're like a magnet. You eat it up, and you want to get an A. Why do you need an A? Because an A is the best you can get. An A plus, oh my God, you're exceptional. A B is all right, but a C is not that good, and then a D is you're darn near failing, and then you get an F and you fail. And you didn't learn the stuff that they told you to learn, and now you feel bad. You're singled out because you didn't get a good grade, Now you feel separate from those that got good grades, And sometimes if everybody in the class got a D, then they got this thing called grading on a curb. Then that means the D becomes the best. So if everybody in the class is dumb, right, then what we're going to say is that the dumbest one in the class is like he's smart too. Weird. The school was all about money. It was about business. It was about commerce. It was about programming. Go study the roots of the school. Where did the school system that we use come from? where you separate people and you grade them and you make them compete with each other instead of work together. Coming together, working together as a team versus separation. Separated by grades, separated by color, They used to tell me what seat I used to sit in and why was my seat always in the back. Who picked my seat? Who picked my class? Who decided if I got to go to another class or stay back? They used to have that back in the day. Now they have no child left behind. Don't leave anybody. Pass everybody. Just stuff this information and tell them that it's the truth and it's real. So we went through that system and we needed to, because guess what? You needed to recognize it and go through it so you could break out of it. If you don't know you're in prison, then you don't know how to break out. It's okay that we went through that. Don't blame the people. Don't get mad. We let that go now. But when we were getting grades, right, and we came home with a great grade, we were trying to be good enough for them. We created an image of perfection, but we don't fit this image. We create this image, but this image is not real. We're never going to be perfect from this point of view. Never. We're never going to be connected and become one by having so much separation. Separation by race, separation by religion, separated by politics. What is this? This is what keeps us from getting the download. This is what keeps us from being in alignment. This is what keeps us from being in harmony, in homeostasis. And once you realize this, now you can break the spell. Are you ready to break the spell? You see, the programming input that we receive comes from our government, i.e. parents, culture, government, school, environment, friends, family, media, politics, holidays, religion. This information must be reorganized. Here's the key word: and edited, or we live the life based on outside influences that could imprison us for life. I'm going to say it again. The programming input that we received in the past comes from our environment, parents, culture, government, schools, friends, family, media, politics, holidays, religion. This information must be reorganized. By who? Who's going to reorganize it? You waiting for them to reorganize it? Waiting for it to be on the 6 o'clock news? Waiting for it to be in the newspaper? You waiting for it to be on IG, TikTok? You living your life based on TikTok, TikTok, TikTok? The mouse ran up the clock. The clock strikes 12. The mouse runs down. Hickory dickory dock, TikTok, TikTok. Who's controlling that? And you think that's real? You must reorganize. You, by yourself, with yourself, for yourself, in yourself. Get in your body and out of your mind for a minute, because your mind may just be a prison. Must be reorganized and edited, or we will live life based on outside influences that could imprison us for life. Look at the little jail cell. On one wall, you got assumptions. The back wall, you got limitations and labels. On another wall, you got the past. And you get to live in this little cell, in yourself, in yourselves, locked in, thinking that you're free in this little place because you can do what you like while you're in here, but you can't get out because the walls of the past lack limitation, not enoughness, not good enoughness. There's a new one. All of those things become your prison. You must be ready to break out of this. Are you ready to break out of the cell? You must be ready now. There's no more time to get ready, There's no more time to play around and say, I got time. I'm going to learn this in a minute. I'm going to learn another book. I'm going to read another book. I'm going to study do a new mantra. I'm going to learn a new meditation, learn a new yoga posture. I'm going to eat a new way. Right now, you got to just switch it up now. If I were you, I'd be ready right now to break free from this prison. It's time to go. It's time to go. It's time to go. Y'all ready? It's not yours. Never was. It's part of the programming. It was part of domestication to get the animals to live together, to walk together, to eat together inside of a farm. It's a farm that you can't see. It's a pharmacy. You don't even know you're in it half the time. And you think you got free because what, you got an electric, you got a grounding blanket, and I do earthing, and I drink herbal teas, and I'm vegan, and I only eat fish. I'm what they call a fishaholic. Is it a fishaholic? A pescatarian. I only eat meat. It's all I eat. I just eat raw meat. Some people do. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. You might think that that's wrong, but they may be doing great eating nothing but raw meat. Maybe you might want to try it. Some people only eat squirrels and natural food that actually lived out in nature. Some people eat domesticated food that's been grown for them, right? Put in rows and we went through a whole type of what they call agriculture, is when you take a culture and aggregate it and move it around and you eat from that plate. That's okay. It doesn't matter what you eat. What matters right now is who you are and how you feel. Who you're going to be today. And I don't have all the answers. Somebody said, well, Dr. B, you have all I don't have all the answers. I'm living this thing like y'all. I'm on the third rock from the sun too. Just like y'all. Every day is brand new. What I am doing is allowing energy to flow through me. Sometimes I'm channeling information from ancestors. I'm channeling information from different beings at certain times. You are too. It's just that you have to allow them to come through. And you have to also be like the cut selector or the DJ and choose which things are going to be said and which things are not going to be said, which means you got to control your mouth. You got to be ready to take a breath and breathe and get in your body to know if this information that's coming through right now is good for you. Is it right for you? And that has to do with getting down to your own identification, who you are. That means you got to break free from who they told you are, who they programmed you to be, what they told you, what they read, what you learned, no matter what it was. If it was in the last 2,000 years, it was all written by dead people. Huh? Yes. We basically have been, in a way, brain dead for at least 2,000 years. Some say 6. We have not been able to tap into the higher mind. How, I don't care who, which prophet, which genius, all of that, even the very best of us, were only tapping into maybe 10%. That means there's 90% of the DNA within us. They called it junk DNA because nobody knew how to use it. But if you know how to go in the junkyard and get the good stuff out, it's not junk, because one man's junk and one man's trash is another man or woman's treasure. You got to know how to go in there and pick out what you can in the darkest of times, in the roughest of times, in the shadow world, in the dirty, dark, nasty swamp. We've been living in a swamp like nymphs for a long time. We've done pretty good. We got buildings. We got the internet. We got these little phones. We got, all these devices. We can get information instantly. Oh boy, we've done really good with what we've had. But guess what? It's about to expand. We're now going to be able to access a part of ourselves that we were not able to access. Just keep in mind, everything you have read, everything you've learned by everybody was written and created and perceived at a time when we were not accessing the higher mind. None of us. Might sound good. It's the best thing going on in the junkyard. Yeah, he took some scraps over. Look what he made. He made this building, man. $50 million building. Wow. With scraps. We did good. It's been great. Question is, what happens when you open up on another level? When another side of your mindset opens up and you have more capacity, more imagination. Are you ready for that? Are you ready to let go of some of the stuff that you learned during domestication, in a cell, in a trash heap? We're going to have to relearn everything. We have to walk again, talk again, learn again, become what? Telepathic again. We used to be. Some of us don't want that. I don't want them to know what I'm really thinking, because then they'll know what I'm really saying and who I really am. The sheep on the farm don't want that. I definitely don't want the other sheeples to know what I'm thinking, because a lot of times your words and your thoughts, right, are what? Not in alignment. Because the flower of life that you've been living with is a terrible flower. It's got bad seeds in it. There's no balance and no harmony. So you speak with forked tongue. You learned it inside the prison, inside the Thunderdome, inside the junkyard. You say one thing and mean something else. You say one thing and do something else. You speak differently to everybody. You act differently with each person. You got whole programs in your head. Because in the sheep's farm, you are being controlled by the farmers, and the best you can get is what the farmer gives us. We've got hay, and sometimes it's a little gray. It's just not that vibrant, but every once in a while, the farmer gives us fresh hay and alfalfa. And we're really, really, really good in the farm. We can get good stuff. And every once in a while, the farmer comes and crossbreeds us with other types of sheep and goats so that we can be a different type of sheep and have more wool. They got the sheep programs. Let's check this out. On the farm, the black sheeps, which are rare, have melanated wool. They are usually very aggressive. They're hard to domesticate. The farmer usually, if he notices one, they'll try to get it away from the other sheep because this one is going to be an influencer. That black sheep is the one that will jump over the fence. The black sheep will leave and go out into the world and explore and see what's really happening out in the universe, in the cosmos, beyond the fence of the farm. The black sheep is a revolutionary, an evolutionary. The black sheep is going to go wherever there's happening, and wherever there's something happening that it can align itself with, it's into the alignments. It's going to go where it can get the most light, the most information, the new programs. Now, the black sheep comes back to the fence, come back to the farm every once in a while. There's some fine sheep on the farm. Hang out with them, go out on, sheep dates, hang out, have a little sheep wine, and eat with the Weinsteins. I had a really good dinner with the Weinsteins the other night. Bah, bah. The sheep says bah, bah. Bah is God, the higher self. Baba, the father, the mother, the creator. Bah, bah. That's the soul. Then they created a story for y'all black sheeps. A little limerick to mess with your minds. And here it is. You heard it as children. Ba, ba, black sheep. Baba, head sheep, real sheep, original sheep, black sheep, powerful sheep, indivisible, indivisible, indivisible. He's an indivisible individual, the Baba, black sheep. And the farmer says, have you any wool? The farmer, the pharmacist, the scientist, the warden, the leader, the politician, the police, the preacher, the one that you feel is in power. Ask the black sheep, does he have any wool? Wool represents money. Wool is a powerful fabric. When you wear wool, did you know that wool vibrates to the frequency of 5,000? A living person vibrates to the frequency of about 100. A healthy person, about a 100. Cotton, this is just regular old cotton, vibrates to about 70. It's less than the vibration of your natural body. This is cotton that has been dyed and it's been fried, it's been manipulated. But if it's organic cotton, it vibrates to about 100, the same frequency as your body. Organic cotton. It gives you life force. It's balance. It's equilibrium, right? It's vibrationally equal in equilibrium to your life force. Wool vibrates to the frequency of 5,000. That means it gives you 5,000 different types of energy fields, levels of energy above what you already have. You know what else does this? Anybody know? I'll give you a hint. It's made from flax. It's called linen. Linen vibrates to 5,000. When you wear linen, you have 5,000 types of energy. And it gets technical, so I like to break things down real simple so that we don't get too deep and technical. A frequency of 5,000 that you could use to help you every day. It helps to protect you. It helps you know things that you couldn't know, things that are on the event horizon before they happen. If you're wearing wool, and if you're wearing linen, then your body is able to tap into the cosmos differently on a whole nother level. It's like you've got life force energy added unto you that you didn't have when you were just wearing cotton. Cotton is good now. Cotton is good. And even regular cotton is not that bad. It's only down about 70. Organic cotton is about 100. Hemp, they're saying now, they're still studying hemp, but they're saying hemp may be up around 4,000 or 5,000 too. But you can't wear these together. You wear these clothes together, they cancel each other. But the average person, what is the average person wearing? Rayon. What the heck is that? Very low vibration. Sucks life out of the body. Polyester. Microfibers. I mean, they got all kinds of stuff for the person. It's on sale and it's cheap. Go get it. They'll damn near give it to you. Because it sucks the life force. What you're wearing is your habit. What you have on your body. That is that is your shield. That's your outfit. Black sheep. The black wool, the natural black wool, vibrates higher than 5,000. Natural black wool. Higher than 5,000. They're saying they can't even measure it very well because it's energy. Blackness is chaotic. It has everything in it. Polyester. I mean, Esther, isn't that got something to do? That ain't the Esther from the Bible either. This has got something to do with oil. It has to do with petrochemicals. They make stuff out of plastic in a minute and weave it up and put it on you. And you feel good and warm and puffy because it's wintertime. But sometimes that's all you can afford. So I'm not saying if you can't, if you right now, you're not in the space and the mindset to afford some of these higher fabrics, just focus towards them and move to them when you can. And be naked a little more. The thing that they told you that's illegal, don't be walking around naked, because then you could be ready to pick up information directly from your environment, with yourself, by yourself, through yourself. No, put some clothes on. That's indecent for you to be naked, especially if you show certain areas like your areolas. If you're women, can't show the areolas because they're dark and they pick up a lot of information from the environment. Don't show the full frontalness. Why? Because your reproductive organs are pulling in energy, sucking in energy from the environment. What kind of underwear you wearing? You could at least go get you some cotton underwear. Maybe you only got 1 and 2 and you got to wash them suckers every other day. Don't be so lazy. You done bought 45 polyester underwears and you don't know why you underestimate yourself. Because look what you got wrapped around your reproductive organs. Something that's sucking your life force out. Bad black sheep. Do you have any wool? In this story, The black sheep says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. I need y'all to hear this. I don't know if you understand how important this is, but listen with your other mind. How myths and stories and legends and fairy tales can go deep within you and cause a program field, to cause you to get into a space that may not be based on what's best for you. Listen to this. The black sheep says, yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. 1 for them up the street, 1 for them down the road, and 1 for somebody else. The black sheep in this particular story didn't even keep any wool that it grew on its back, the most prized possession there is. It gave it all away. How often do y'all do that? Somebody asks you what you got and you start talking. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got money? Yep, I got money, because you want to prove you got money. You drive around showing all your money. You got all your jewelry on showing you got money. That's like, yes, sir, yes, sir. 3 bags full. You showing all your stuff. You stupid. Because you grew up in a junkyard. You want to act like you ain't in the junkyard. You took some junk and put it all together, and you want to wear it and show everybody you got it. You want to talk about what you got. The black sheep that would never. The real black sheep would never stop and give any time and any energy to anything the farmer is saying. The black sheep will kick the farmer's ass, bite him, kick him, jump over the fence and be gone. The real black sheep is free. It is not controlled. It doesn't open up its mouth and start talking too much about nothing, answering the damn pharmacist. The black sheep does not give away everything and keep nothing for self. Because the black sheep is selfish. You were told, don't be selfish. Don't keep nothing for yourself. Give it all away. You got to share with everybody now. Share one and share like. Everybody share. I'm down with sharing 10%. That's what they said in the Bible. That's what they said in church, to give away 10%, 10% tithing. Well, tithe, give away 10%, but you need to keep 90% of your stuff for yourself so you can use it, so you can create more. That's your wool. That's your power. That's your stuff. And then you get with other people who have black wool. And we all take 10% of our black wool and put it together. You don't tell the pharmacist what you're doing. You don't ask him if it's okay to do it. How much we need some paperwork to go get free from the system. I'm going to get some sovereignty papers. From who? From the pharmacist? From the farmer? And you think that the farm you're on is pretty good. You know, I got property. You don't own no property. Why are you paying property taxes? You buy a house, you pay for it 3 times. What the heck is that? You don't own it. You're just living in an expensive house. Now, some people do own it. They went and got them some property out in the woods that nobody owned. They didn't have to get a mortgage. They're living off the grid, out by this, nobody even know. Ain't no law out there. Ain't no sheriff. Ain't no cop. Ain't no farm. Ain't no pharmacy. Some people are doing that, but a lot of us, we got magnetized to live in the city. So we identify. Our identity is stuck with the city. So we can go to the mall. So we can all go to the mall. And they're under these lights and these smells and these frequencies and shop together inside the farm to buy these trinkets, things that half of them don't even have a good life force. They don't even have a lifetime. You got to get a new one quick. They want you to get a new one as fast as possible. Shop. because the whole system, right, of the farm is based on commerce and war. The language is based on commerce and war. It's based on domestication. Domestication, you put a dome over something and you play with it and you aggregate it. And you play with this thing, you domesticate it. You may crossbreed it. You create clones. Just like every banana, every Chiquita banana that you eat is exactly the same banana. You don't even know it. They're cloned from one bush, one banana tree. Now they got the other bananas, the little natural ones and different ones that are but they don't, that's not big enough. It's not sweet enough. It's not this enough. I need the stuff that the farmer keeps giving me. Are you ready to be the black sheep? And when the farmer calls and people ask you what you got, are you ready to keep your mouth shut? Otherwise, you like a secret agent. A lot of people are government agents, don't even realize they're government agents. Somebody asked about cashmere. I'm not sure, but that's a natural fabric. I would assume at this particular point, which we shouldn't, but go study that one. What is the energy of it? Those natural fibers are the ones that have the high voltage. But a lot of people, because they were born on the farm, in the trash heap, in the dump, in the garbage heap, using whatever they could, owning whatever they could, trying to have something, trying to have an ID, trying to be somebody, having an ego, trying to get a good grade, trying to make folks happy. You got caught up and you're now a government agent. Well, not to be, I'm not a government agent. I bet I could talk to you. We'll find out how quickly you are an agent of the agency. You figure because you woke. A lot of people woke, just barely woke up. And now they're spewing out some information that they don't even know to be factual for themselves. It sounds good. It feels good. They want to talk about who ancient people were. You couldn't know who you are today. We're just barely figuring out who we are today. And you're going to tell me what the ancients did. You don't know what the ancients did. You haven't met them. You haven't talked to them. You're not breathing the same air they breathe. That's another word. You're not eating the same foods they ate. You're not wearing the same fabrics. You're not grounded the way they were. The sky was different. The air was different. The water was different. So we have no idea what the ancients actually did. And that's why us a lot of times trying to do these ancient rituals and all this, they call it an ancient ritual written by a modern man. His perception. Somebody looking at the hieroglyphs trying to tell you what they mean. You have no idea. You think you know. Because, some teachers taught us some things and they do know some things in little pieces, but I'm telling you, it's not the whole thing because you have to be the whole people at that time, which you can't be. What we need to do is get into the wholeness of who we are now and put ourselves back together. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty was an egg. That means Humpty Dumpty represents new life. Humpty means human. The word human comes from hum or humbug or created. A human being is a created thing. It's not totally natural. It's something that's been created in the domesticated world. Yes, the word human has to do with anus that's been created. Look it up. Look up the etymology. Hum comes from humbug. So the egg, Humpty Dumpty, has been created, but it's found a way to live in the world and be in balance on the wall. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall, which means that was what? The equinox. That's when the sun was equally, right over the equator. That's the time you can take an egg and stand it on a table at a certain time and it'll stand straight up because the gravity and the energy on both sides of the equator are equal. Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. He was chilling. Then he had a great fall. We're going to talk about the fall of man in a minute and what had happened. Humpty Dumpty falls and cracks the egg, which represented new life, new ideas, and using the imagination for new things, being totally creative in the moment, improvisation. That is the new egg. When it falls, We expect what? All the king's horses to come and help put it together. All the king's men, all the king's horses and all the king's men could not put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Do you know why? The only one that can put your broken ass back together is you. You heard me. The only one that can truly do it is you. That means you got to be the black sheep and be ready to jump over the fence, huh? You got to be ready to let go of the old world and your programming and break free from the prison, huh? Are you ready to do that? Are you ready to let go of some of the beliefs and things that you've learned and possibly even leave your crystals and your sage and all that stuff behind and become the crystal and the sage? Are you ready to do that, huh? Are you ready to come? Are you ready to become the mantra? Are you ready to become the essence, the true article, the original? Are you ready to do that? Because that may be what it takes for us to ride the new wave. Otherwise, we're going to stay riding the old wave in the old water, in the old swamp, in the old world, and keep repeating the same stuff and stay in a feedback loop, going around and around and around, like half the songs you listen to, they're all loopy. They ain't going nowhere. They ain't coming from nowhere. They ain't come from nowhere. They ain't going to nowhere. It's just a loop. And this is what you enjoy, loopy music. And then your brain becomes loopy. And the commercials are a loop. And they just keep going around and around and around. And the McDonald's keeps telling you about the 99-cent burger they've been talking about since the 60s. Same thing over and over and over. They keep hitting you over the head. They keep clubbing you. That's what the farm does. It calls you to conform, to confarm, and it becomes a firm. A firm is a farm, and you conform to the firm because the firm is the corporation, and the corporation gets you to cooperate with what they say is okay in the farm, and they create these laws and these rules and these bylaws, and they create these things, and they say these things that you think is real, and they have acts. It's the act, the Civil Rights Act. What do you mean is an act? Is it real or is it what? Why is it an act? And why you always got to study something and you're saying you're doing research about reparations? We're going to do a research. We're setting up a panel to talk about reparations because you got to repair yourself. You got to realize that right now you've been living in a dream, a daymare, a nightmare, and you've been living in a junkyard and you've been acting like a sheep, but you wasn't born as a sheep. You was born as a lion. You have a voice. You got to roar. You have freeness inside you. You have to be courageous. You got to be ready to break free and get in yourself and feel your body and get out of your mind and breathe yourself into a new self. Let go. Let go. The only way you can get to God, the God inside of you, is by letting go of all that stuff you've been told, all that stuff you believe, and get into a new thing and get on a new horse and be ready to ride. Are you ready to do that? Are you ready? Because that's what it's going to take. We're going into a new age. What's going to happen? Don't ask me. We don't exactly know because I ain't going to lie to you and tell you I know what's going to happen in the new age. The age didn't come yet. But you better make sure that you got your stuff packed. What did you put in your suitcase? Polyester? You got fake hair? Fake wigs, fake up, makeup, scents and perfumes made from 3,000 chemicals or more. You carrying that with you into the new age? All your shoes and your stilts and your sneakers, and you're looking in the mirror, focusing on your six-pack and your ass. That's what you with? Listening to this music that's actually corrupting and poisoning your mind, your children's mind, your neighbor's mind. It's even killing the plants and the bees. Yeah, that music. That ain't even music. Half of it's junk. But we've agreed that this is cool. This is dope, man. You listen to some of the lyrics of these songs and what they're talking about. Do you know anything about the frequencies of these songs? Have you listened to church music? Why is the church music, the frequency, so subservient sounding? It's always sounding sad. And it's always these songs. Oh, it's like slaves on a boat. Oh, we wait to be saved by the Savior. Shut up! You learned that on the farm. It was broadcast by the farm and the pharmacy for you to conform. Are you ready to let this stuff go? If you're not, it's okay. We're not trying to force you. We're not talking bad about you. Don't feel bad. Go in it. Do what you like to do. You like having fake up, being made up, and not being your real self? You like gluing stuff on and pasting stuff on and using an app to make yourself look like something that you're not? Do you realize what the program that is going on right now is doing to you? Do you realize this is the program of mass distraction? Mass destruction? You're talking about World War III. We're in World War IV. World War IV is the one of the mind to make sure you don't get to the fourth dimension, to make sure you don't get to the fifth dimension. So the war is on your mind now, and you get to destructing your own self, destructing, breaking down your cells, breaking down your original self. It's okay. Ain't nobody talking bad. If you feel like your feelings is hurt, then hang up. Because in the new world, it ain't going to work. You're going to be more than woke in the new world. You're going to be totally aware because we have no idea what's coming and how it's coming. We know when it's coming, and we know it's happening now. And stop trying to talk about other people that don't want to hear this. It ain't your job to go out, and nobody asks you to be a zealot and talk about other people. Let them eat what they want. Let them live what they want. Let them be as fake as they want. It ain't none of your business. Mind your business. I got to calm down a little bit. Y'all be getting me all worked up. Take a little heaven on earth. That helps you calm down, stay balanced. Because I've been known to get wild. I've been a black sheep a long time. I wish the farmer would ask me, bad black sheep. I don't even hear the word sheep. When I hear bad, I'm over the fence. I don't know about you. You stop. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You didn't know before, okay? Now you know. Take some platinum so your pineal can open up, huh? Open that pineal gland up so you can know what's about to happen. Pi is a number that don't even end. It means what? Anything and everything is expandable, goes on infinite. The pineal. Platinum. Help you get rid of some of those heavy metals that's got you locked down. Y'all all right? Whew. You know, I get a little emotional sometimes, all right? All right. Okay. This is just where Dr. B comes from. Some of you may not have known this. My life has been wild and it's getting wilder. And we're all going through stuff together. Everybody's feeling certain things. But you're going to have to realize that gut feeling that tells you how to get back, right, to the wildness, to nature. To think twice is blasphemy. You got to get into the gut. The gut feeling. To think twice is blasphemy. Are you ready?
Yes, Great Mother, thou hast patiently protected my purpose. Difficult this path of perfection. Indeed, the dead shall not know this glory. Greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. The desert of my soul has been drenched by the waters of life, liberated from labels, lacking no thing. This is the way of wisdom, the testament of tears, formed in the bowels of becoming, bringing forth the fruit of freedom. Bind not the beloved with busyness nor boredom. Rest is the reward of the Lord. Victory is assured to those that endure the depths of indecision. With perfect vision, pierce the veil of illusion, vanquish the villains of virtue, heal heaven's broken heart. Thou art imperishable, everlasting isness, nameless, blameless, purity personified. Be not tied to sensation, temptation, nor desire the temporal fires that burn your blessings. Shake till you wake, take your place amongst the luminous race, wrapped in royal radiance, transcending beginnings and endings, firmly rooted in the love above. Time is the enemy. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. We are inspired by shadows, moving by images, wildly wiggling our way through wonderland. Thou shalt not want. It is the perceived condition of lack that brings forth desire. Desire wants to fill its emptiness. Obviously, where is that emptiness? Where is that problem that takes your attention, consuming your moments? These are tricks of the brain trained to defend its temporariness. A jealous God demanding the allegiance of my members. It remembers what me forgot. It is and is not a nebulous nuisance needing more. Always. When one attempts to mature in consciousness through a fear-based perceptual lens, limiting beliefs in self will systematically sabotage the soul's ascension towards the freedom of knowing. Knowing demands surrender. Surrender befriends compassion. Compassion is the doorway to divine thought. Divine thought actualizes itself as pure potential. This omnipotent guiding force attempts to navigate its dualistic expression through socially enforced insecurities, creating antichrist archetypes that ultimately destroy the natural evolutionary process. Man does indeed possess the spark. It is unfortunately masked in the mystery that mesmerizes minds, confines men to mere mortality, a finite fallacy that feeds on fear. Fast from your past, fan the flames of fruition, finish your mission, listen to the babies, smell the daisies, birth yes from maybes, free yourself of yourself. Everything else is fake. Fear's an illusion, confusion is choosing when there's no choice. The voice heard first is Christ, so to think twice is blasphemy. For those with souls that see and hearts that hear, it's always now. Wow. Selah, February 2011, and we right here in heaven. We right here on the 7th.
Yes. Is this good? Or is this good? That's another track that will be coming out soon. That's Dr. B. Sirius featuring Brother Selah. Powerful words, if you could hear. Using your other ears. Using your inner ear. Selah. An amazing, amazing wordsmith. You'll be hearing more from Selah. The drumming, the rhythm that I'm playing on the drums is a rhythm that we play when it's time to get off the farm. That's the rhythm that we send, just like they did in Haiti. When it was time to break free, they played a certain rhythm. Many of the people who broke free from what they're calling slavery played a certain rhythm, a certain sound at a certain time. It was a certain message that came off that let everybody know inside their gut they could feel it's time to get free. No longer be the sheep. At least become a black sheep. Become a lion. Become a gazelle. A zebra. A butterfly. Become anything that can get away. Versus being something domesticated like a chicken and a cow and a pig and a sheep that has been man-made, has been hybridized and crossbred to not run away. Even when the gate is open, they don't run. And sometimes you just run from one farm to another. What's that old saying? Out of the pot into the frying pan. I'm saying that there's something inside you. There's a rhythm that's coming right now that says, let's get free. You don't have to break any laws. You don't have to tell anybody what you're doing. You don't have to show out and go show up and go tell the people out there what you're about to do. Shut up. Tired of it. You talk too much about nothing. If you got something good to say, say it. You don't have something good to say, then shut up. Didn't grandma tell you that? People's feelings get so hurt when you get so truthful and so raw. Dr. B, why you gotta be so raw? I like raw stuff. You don't like things raw? You used to having everything with a condom on it. Half of your food, you gotta put condiments on it. Food don't even taste good. People don't even know how to make it taste good without using chemicals. Excitotoxins. You know what excitotoxins are? These are things, chemicals they put on food to make it taste good because actually it's dry, it's dead, it has no life force, it has no flavor. So they put flavor enhancers on it. MSG and about 50 other names of things that you have never even heard of. They're called excitotoxins and they excite your nervous system over and over. And within 2 hours, it kills every cell it touches. It's called an excitotoxin. Please look up excitotoxins, the taste that kill. I think the man's name is Blaylock, Dr. Blaylock. Go to YouTube after the program and check out excitotoxins, the taste that kills. And the man is telling you he's risking his life by talking about this because most of your foods have been processed with these excitotoxins. They have been programmed with death. They've been programmed to make you sick. Even black pepper, you got to be careful because most black pepper has mold in it. Did you know that? That most black pepper has mold? You got to get that black pepper when you crack it with you turn the thing, what they call it, that raw pepper, or get organic black pepper because black pepper tends to hold mold, or use cayenne because cayenne don't hold mold. Ain't no mold trying to grow on no cayenne. It's a little too hot. Peanuts full of mold. They suck mold in from the environment unless you can get you some natural peanuts. My friend Eugene and them now, right? Over at Grow Where You Are, they got some special black peanuts. Most people ain't eating them. You eating the ones by planters. Who planted them? They got the name to call themselves planters and ain't planted nothing. They transplanted things is what they did. It's the difference between being a planter and a transplanter. Is that Tony Quaid? Was I just see Tony Quaid go by right there? Is that you, Tony? What's happening, my brother? Tony Quaid in the house. Oh, that's a deep brother right there. We used to work together in LA. We still play together once in a while. It's good to see you, brother. It's good to see all of you. Welcome, 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 all of you. Himalayan pink salt is good. Celtic sea salt is good. Try to attempt to get your spices that you're using, your seasonings, organic. You could even buy them in bulk. If you buy them in bulk, get a big bag of basil. And just, take it and crumble it up and put it on your food. Get a big bag. Instead of buying these little teeny bottles for $4, you can get a whole pound for $4. Be careful. Eat the food that you're supposed to eat for you. This whole thing about you got to be a vegan, you got to be a vegetarian, I'm telling you, that's from the world of separation that causes people to have enemies. And the enemy is inside of you, enemy. You don't like them because they eat this. Listen, it don't matter what you eat. It's what are you talking? What are you saying? What are you putting out? What are you emitting? What are you admitting? What are you adding on to yourself? When you talk to people, are you building or destroying? This is an 8 vibration. 2024 is an 8 vibration. Build or destroy, It's about being infinitely breaking out of a loop. That loop is the loop you've been in for the last 2,000 to 6,000 years. It's been a loop. It's been a thunderdome. It's been something created. It is not totally factual. It's gone. It's over. It's an illusion, a delusion. It's an imagery, a demagery, a menagerie. Do you know what a menagerie is? A menagerie is when you create a space for beings to live like a zoo, is like a menagerie. And you give them the feeling. See, the zoo, they got fake rocks. They got fake trees, fake little water running at the zoo for the animals. right? The animals know it ain't right. That's why you see the animals rocking back and forth. Animals rock back and forth. When people rock back and forth, something ain't right. The rhythm ain't right. People telling you a story and they rocking back and forth. They trying to make the truth out of something that's not real. And a menagerie is something that has been created in the imagination of the beings in this particular place to control their minds. We have been living in a menagerie. And you got to play with the minds of the beings in the menagerie constantly to keep them tricked up and screwed out. So they can't live the highest life. But we were stuck in that. See, the universe created this for a time period because we were so far from the center of the galaxy. So it's not just what they did to us. It's also what happens in nature. There's a rise and a fall. There's an incline and a decline of everything. So I want you to get out of the victim archetype of what they did to you. You allowed it for yourself. You went in the movie theater looking for the movie you thought was about you. This is the time where you got to recreate yourself. If you stay stuck on what had happened, what they did it, and why they did it, you'll never get out of the menagerie. Give yourself permission to live a new life. Are you ready? Yeah, I'm a little out there right now. I've never been here before. And the information that I'm going to share with you, I'm going to share with you the way it was given, but this is not exact. This is not exactly the way it is. When they describe these events, just keep in mind that this is just from our best recollection of pieces of information that was left by ancient people that are not here anymore. They never leave it all. And sometimes it's conjumbled. Is that a word? Conjumbled? It's broken up. And there's codes inside of codes inside of codes. And you got to become a code cracker. And even when you think you got it, there's still more and more and more. So I would like to tell you, I am not a specialist at anything besides being able to deliver what has been given to me. People say, oh, Dr. B, you're a great healer. I've never said I'm a healer. That's up to you. You'd like to call me a teacher? Yes, I would say that because I've come from a long line of teachers. We teach. Preachers, teachers, and reachers. Move from a preacher to a reacher. Start reaching. My attempt right now is to reach people at the place and some people that are unreachable. That's who I'd like to talk to. If that is you, if you felt like you've been unreachable and some of the information that you've been getting is not totally whole, let's attempt to put it together. But don't hold me to this and say, Dr. B said that this is the way it is. So I'm showing you right now on the page a graph of the Yuga cycle. Kali Yuga has been the age we have been in. Some people say it's 2,000 years. Some people say it's 6,000. I keep hearing all these numbers of what the age is. But because this information comes from the Hindu people, and because it comes from people who are ancient, all the information is never going to be exact. Do you follow me? May I move forward with this? We're only giving you pieces of information that we perceive to be this way. Even the way this chart is drawn was given to us by some humans from now time to talk about something from a time that don't even exist in this dimension right now. The Yuga cycle. Yugas are ages. So they say, have been in Kali Yuga. So if you look at the bottom, down where it says 500 CE, it says Iron Age, Kali Yuga. So this period down here is like a 6,000 year period. It's actually bigger than the Kali Yuga. It starts around the 31 BCE and the 4100 up to the 4100 CE. All of that has been when we have been at the furthest point from the center of the galaxy. You see, this is it's like a sine wave. It goes up and it goes down. There's that descends, right? The descending period is when everything falls. We fall away from the center of the galaxy. Just imagine at the top of this is the center of the galaxy, where the most light is. At the bottom is the darkest. We're the furthest from the central sun and the radio station information. I should say the radio waves that are coming from the central sun. We have been far from the central sun. If you look at descending, right, when it goes down, that's the fall of man. That's when we're falling away from the center of the galaxy. In that time down there, the dark time is when you got prophets popping up, but you also got the wolves. This is when you descend into the farm. This is when you can be easily controlled because you're not getting enough of the light from the central sun. The central sun is the sun of suns. It's the super sun, the soul sun, where all of our souls are being projected. The Kali Yuga period is when we are at the furthest distance from the galactic center or the super sun, also known as Hanab-Ku. During Hanab-Ku, during the Kali Yuga period or the dark or the Iron Age, we go through deep states of trauma. We're tested the most. We go through pain. We get scar tissue. We go through hell. We're living in the junkyard in the universal way. It's the time that tests you the most. Only the strongest will survive. Some people will be alive, but they'll be dead. A lot of people are dead waiting on dirt right now. They're basically dead. They ain't going nowhere. They ain't coming from nowhere. They're just listening to the news and listening to what they're saying and who to vote for and who to give your voltage to and who you should insert and select and what you should believe and which button you should push, which color you should like, which fashion you should wear, which hairdo, which eyelash you should wear on, how long they should be, how high should your heels be, how should you shake your ass, how should you show your six pack, how you want to talk and be all hypersexual, talk about you conscious, but you half naked trying to show everything you got. Go on and be whole naked. That's holistic. You understand? You want to be holistic, be totally naked. But we get into this whole thing of hyper-dimensional, high vibrational, low vibration at the same time, super sexuality, and we're creating more of nothingness. And you're telling the children this is all right. I'm not with it anymore. Shut it off. All the music of the loops. That's why so many truths are coming out right now. You know, as soon as like the end of last 2023, all of a sudden the truth starts coming out. Truth. And you start seeing in the dark, all of a sudden, wait a minute, this stuff was covered up. It was hidden on the junkyard. Because in the Kali Yuga, you can hide all kind of stuff. That's when you can lie to people and whisper in their ear and get them to believe it. You say it over and over and over and over enough times, all of a sudden it's the truth. The lie becomes the truth. And you believe it. Then you tell somebody else a lie. You weren't even there. You weren't even a witness. Talking about you was a witness. You was a witness of what? You weren't even there. You're repeating it to somebody else. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the part of being in the trash heap. In the Iron Age, we got into a lot of stuff. All of us. Everybody. We're all part of this. Nobody escaped it. The time of illusion, the time of Maya. We did the best we could do with what we had. And in an emergency, you may have to lie. You may have to cheat. You may have to hide. In emergency time, it's okay. We're not saying that you are living in sin. Sin has to do with missing the mark. And you now got to transition out of that. The trauma, the pain. We all got scars mentally, physically, spiritually. We all got them. We all got them. Don't think that your trauma is worse than somebody else's. Don't become a traumaholic. Well, all you want to talk about is the trauma. And then you got trauma relationships. Trauma bonds. You meet somebody with trauma and they talk about their trauma. You talk about your trauma. You drink over trauma. You make love over trauma. You get screwed and all of a sudden you have orgasmic traumatization and now you're giving birth to that. That's an ugly flower of life right there. You want to live that, then live it. It's up to you. You can do it. You want to claim something that you're not? That's up to you. It's okay. We're not talking down on you. If you don't like what you're hearing, then hang up. If you don't like what you're seeing, then hang up. But guess what? The universe has a way of getting rid of the trash. We're coming out of the Kali Yuga now. Kali Yuga, the Iron Age, the Rusty Age. It ends on Sunday, tomorrow. Yeah, I know you keep hearing about the 15th because somebody keeps pointing you towards something that's not exact. That's how you end up missing the train. You might have a ticket, but might not be at the right time, at the right track. You got to have the right ticket, be on the right platform, at the right train, at the right time. And to make sure you need to get there early, because if you get there on time, you're late. So never mind these times that people keep telling you. Look at this calendar. We have moved up into the ascension period. Descension was when we were falling away from the center. That's called the fall of man. And we had to do things to survive. We became enemies of each other. We became fighters, liars, cheaters, projectors. And we began to tell a movie about ourselves, for ourselves, and create ideas that were not based in actual facts. They were just survival techniques. In war, you do what you need to do to survive. It's okay. We're in the ascending time. We're rising. The energy of the earth, the atoms, are vibrating at a different frequency. The particles, the earth's rotation. I don't care if it's flat, round, egg-shaped, if it's shaped like a cube, or if it's a box in somebody's bedroom on a desk. Doesn't make any difference right now. You're on it. Yeah, but Dr. B, the earth is flat. Well, if it's flat, you still better get your flat ass up and do some work and get your shit cracking here. Even if it's flat, what difference does it make? I can't change that. See, they get you focusing in the farm on things you cannot control. And the more you focus on what you cannot control, that cycle gets bigger. That circle gets bigger and it expands. You keep giving life to it. All the things you cannot control. You look up in the sky. Oh my God, those are chemtrails. You can't control them. They keep coming. Look at them. They're crossing the sky like crazy today. It happens to be a holiday. Why are they crisscrossing the sky? Oh, you better not be focusing on these chemtrails. You better put on your chemtrail rain suit, which is your auric field, and focus on who you are. The chemtrail can only touch you if you allow the chem to trail you. I am not affected by chemtrails. I don't even know what they are. Somebody tells me what they are and scares me. The devil tells you that he's the devil and tells you what he or it is doing to you to cause your demise, and you believe it. And what happens? I'm tired of it. It's over. I'm not dealing with it. Y'all can have it. Oh boy, the war and the war. You don't know where the war is at. There's been 500 wars goes on at the same time, and you don't know nothing about them. You're the one they keep projecting to you and giving to you and imprinting you with over and over and over, telling you where the war is, who died, who's the winner. The only people that get to tell the story is the winners. Do the losers get to tell their story? Who won the war? You talking about World War III. You done. It's World War IV. The fourth dimensional war, the war of your mind. Where are you going to be? Who are you going to be? Make your choice. Make it now. You can't control it, so don't focus on it. Focus on what you can control. Look at your finger, and look at your finger, and look at your fingerprint. Have you looked at your fingerprint lately? Did you see that there's spirals in your fingerprint? That's the whole universe is represented in your fingertips. Did you know that your hand, your whole handprint represents all the organs of your body? They know that in acupuncture and acupressure, your feet, your body. Did you know that your reproductive organs have an imprint for the entire universe in them? In every part of the body, there's meridians in your reproductive organs. Just look up sexual, what's it called? Sexual reflexology. Look up the sexual reflexology charts. Look that up. Look that up. Did you know what you're doing when you're being intimate? Half of you not being intimate, you're being outimate. You heard of ultimacy? You're out of it. You're knocked out. You've been knocked out cold. And you're going to get together with somebody else that's knocked out cold, and y'all going to try to talk about some deep stuff, talking about love, when half people don't even know what love is. You don't even like yourself, but you're talking about you love somebody else. What the hell is that? That's what you learned on the menagerie. You learned that in the pharmacy. You learned that on the farm as the sheep, to love somebody, but you don't even love yourself. To me, love is life organically vibrating effortlessly. Organically vibrating effortlessly. Life organically vibrating effortlessly. That's what you're going to need to ascend. Everybody's not going to ascend. Now, the whole planet and everything on it will be in ascension mode. But if your mind is in descension, because that's where you live, because you focus on what you think is powerful and what you think the enemy is and who you think is bad and what you think is wrong, then you are going to be descending down into death, and you're going to be dead, waiting on dirt like most people, walking around like zombies, wearing the clothes of zombies, having the fashions of zombies, wearing the fabrics of the zombies, living the life of deadness, listening to music that just loops over and over. It ain't saying nothing. It ain't going nowhere. It ain't got no orgasm. It ain't got no change. Somebody told me if you put the change, or you put a bridge, or you put a key change in music today, it ain't going to sell. Well, guess what? You're only selling in hell. They're only giving you 0.00003%. What is that? You can't even count it. How much makes $1 out of 0.0003? And you think that's important? You think you supporting your artists, putting them on Spotify? Who owns Spotify? Who owns these streaming networks? Who's streaming your ass? Who's zooming you? You better break free. They got some places where you can go find some music that's real music. Go to elevationtime.com, and check out the music. Have you heard the music that we have at elevationtime.com? How you work this? There's a button I can push here to show you. I'm learning this for the first time. There we go. We got music, life-giving music at elevationtime.com. For the ascension, music for the ascension that helps you rise, because the frequencies are tuned to elevating frequencies. If you go to YouTube, go to Dr. B Sirius YouTube channel, and I have some music there. I have some an immersion, which is like a sound bath, which is for your ascension. If you just listen to the vibration of what I am playing, what I'm sending out. It's jazz, it's freeform, it's improvisational. It's never happened before, will never happen again. That's real music. The original music never happens again. It happens once. Now, you could record it and capture it, but usually real music is not broken down and quantified and quantized, and it's a loop going around and around. And now a lot of times artists today, they just take pieces of scraps from the junkyard, put it all together and say, ain't that dope? Man, that's dope, man. But you ask them to play an instrument, they call themselves musicians. Well, don't call yourself a musician. Call yourself a beat maker and put things together. But that's not the same as a musician, a person that studies all their life to actually learn an instrument, to learn a skill, to learn to sing, and to learn to rhyme online in rhythm and say something that's saying something that's helping to build instead of destroy. You got to help decide whether you're going to figure out whether you're going to be a descending part of this system or an ascending part of the system. So everybody's not going to rise. That's not your business to try to get everybody to rise. That's a waste of time. Because, see, people are caught up in viruses of the mind. Do you know the book, Virus of the Mind? How many of you know the book, Virus of the Mind? By Richard Brody. The new science of the meme. You know what a meme is? A meme is a socially accepted idea created for you by somebody else. Listen, virus of the mind. A meme is a socially accepted idea created for you inside the farm, inside the junkyard. It's injected, it's impressed in your head as the truth, as realness. It's to program you to get into fashion. Fashion comes from fascism. Fascism is when an agency, like a military, comes in and takes over the government. Is that what's happened here? An agency, a military has taken over your mind? Since you were born, you've been born as a prisoner of war? Do you realize this? But the gate is open all the time. So what I'm saying is, yes, you got to get out of the memes and get out of this socially accepted stuff. This brother was telling me about he's getting ready to go to this event. And he got to put on his conscious clothing. I said, well, what's conscious clothing? Well, I got to have on a bandana and I got to, make sure my locks is, I got to wear, certain, certain oils and it's a certain look you have to be conscious. I said, what? You see what I'm saying? That's a meme. Who told you that's the look of consciousness? Consciousness is in the head. How can you see it? It's a look that people have agreed is a meme. So most of your talk, most of your prayers, most of your meditations were created for you during the time of descension, when we were descending in the dark time, in the heavy time, when the rusty time, never mind the Iron Age. The Iron Age began to rust and turn into the Rust Age. So now it's rustic. You're talking about, I want that rustic look. Memes were created to act a certain way, to live a certain way, to unfold a certain way, to keep you in what? Bondage. To keep you domesticated. The way we talk, the certain things we say. You know what I mean. You know what we mean. We created the concept of being conscious in the junkyard. That was just a way of survival. The things that we studied a lot of stuff just to survive. And that's okay. We're not saying that that was not okay for then, but this is now, and we've got to release some of this stuff. Are you ready to do that? So the music that you listen to is important because that's what's vibrating. If you hold your cell phone to the forehead, you will feel a liquid vibrate in your eyeballs. Did you know that your eyeballs are hearing music? Did you know that all the liquid in your body is vibrating based on the music that you listen to? This is why I create music based on 432 and 528, and there's other sacred frequencies, and there's also sacred rhythms, because everybody's talking about the sacred frequencies, but not everybody knows about the sacred rhythms. The sacred rhythms. I was trained by drummers from the continent, or original people from Moors and people who descended from deepness and powerfulness. And they gave me rhythms and sounds and frequencies that I now am able to encode or uncode or decode and use to help folks. So I created something called medicine music. I know now people are using the term. I created the term medicine music along with a friend of mine named Akadama, and that was in the year 2000. Medicine music. Music that actually gives you the vibration of medicine. It heals you from the inside out by vibrating the frequency of your body. And most of the productions that I've done, at least in the last 20 years, all are going to have these healing frequencies. That's why you got to make sure you're at elevationtime.com, get on the email list, because there's a bunch of new projects coming out. We're working on projects that will help teach people how to stay in the vibratory rate of the new age. If you're vibrating from the old age, then you will never wake up. So we're at the point where Kali Yuga, and old age, is dying. This weekend, a new age is being born. Now, some people will say that I don't have this correct. I'm going to give it to you the way I learned it. The next age is the Krita Satya Yuga, is when we move closer to the super sun and finally have the ability to reach our highest mind. Our mind will be at the highest capacity starting this weekend. Don't wait till the 15th, because people want to say, oh, on the 15th it starts. It starts now. It starts with your mindset. It starts with what you focus on, because it's all just energy. If you're open to it now, it begins now, it begins today. Some of y'all feel it right now. Some of you just during this broadcast have been opened up, and you begin to feel yourself, become yourself. Because that's why we started out with a meditation, so you could get into your body, because this is the body thing. This ain't got nothing to do with your intelligence. There's nothing to do with intelligence. Intelligence is information you receive from the past. It was good for the past. It's passe now. It's passive. See, now you got to get active, huh? To get active, you got to be in now and be ready to dump some of that dump DNA, junk DNA, some of that stuff that you learned, some of the information is not going to be as useful in the moment, because you got to be able to think in the now, on your feet. You got to be able to improvise. There's a new word, improvise. When you got to be in improvisational state of creativity right now, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we can be ready to be ready to be ready. Then you ain't got to get ready. Hallelujah. Is that from the church? Hallelujah. Did you know what hallelujah means? It means hail to the Son of Sons. Do you know what the Son of Sons is? First, our son, right? Our son has a mother, and our son's mother is Sirius. Some of y'all know this. Some of y'all know this. Sirius has a son too, because Sirius goes around Vega. It spirals around Vega. Our sun spirals around Sirius. Sirius spirals around Vega. This is the way it was given to me. Vega spirals around Lyra. Lyra spirals around the central sun. Hallelujah. Hail to Yah. Hail to the breath of life. Hail to the frequency of frequencies that create the frequencies upon frequencies that actually gives us life. You can't live life being fake and wearing fake up and being all faked out and calling that beautiful. That was during the junkyard times. Y'all get the concept of the junkyard? Nothing wrong with the junkyard. You can make beautiful art. Some people have made creative things. Some people's junk is another person's treasure. We've done wonderful things. Give yourself a hand and applause that you made it through the trauma and the drama and the ups and the downs and all of the memes and the programming and the prison and the guards that have been there. The wardens, there are now no longer any wardens at the prison. They fight with each other. There's no more guards. Your cell is open. If you say it's open, open it up. Now, this is from the book. There's a group of books. If you can find them, let me show it to you. The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life by Druvala Melchizedek. Y'all know this book? This is book 1. I would get this book because it's so relevant to right now. Where's the other one? There's another one. Book 2. Let me fold this page so that you can find it. Thank you. Book 2. The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life, Volume 2. So there's 2 of them. By Druvala Melchizedek. And there's another book by him too. And I was looking for it earlier, but time wasn't allotted for me to find it for you. But the book is called, and I think the name is Nothing in This Book is True, but It's Exactly the Way It Is. Something like that. by Druvalo Melchizedek. Nothing in this book is true, but it's exactly the way it is. It breaks down these ages in this energy field that we're going through very well. And keep in mind, none of it is exact. This is not an exact science. Even though we want it and desire it all to be exact, it's not. It's our best way of explaining something that's almost unexplainable, because these things are mysterious. A mystery is something that cannot be explained. When something is mysterious, that means there's no tongue. Look up the etymology of your words. Mystery means can't be explained. So we are attempting to give this information in a way where you could become the new thing and realize that we don't want to just base this all on intelligence like we did in the past. This is a diagram from the book. It's talking about the 25, actually it's a 26,000 year calendar to make it basic. A 26,000 year calendar. I've done something here. I don't know how I did it. Hold on. I put somebody's quote up and I don't know how to take it out. Yeah. How do I do that? Hold on. Give me a second, y'all. Here we go. Hide the comment. Whoa, wow. I just learned something about this program. I've seen folks do that where they'll put a comment up. I just learned how to do it myself. Thank you. Wow. So it's a 26,000 year calendar. It actually kind of waxes and wanes between 24 and 26,000 years. There's no exact year or the amount of years. This is the great calendar, the sidereal day, which means star day. It's the most exact calendar there is. The calendar that you've been using is more of a colander. You know how when you're cooking stuff, you decide you want to wash the dirt off your vegetables, you put them in a colander, right? And you run water on them and it washes the dirt out the bottom. Well, a lot of times they put you like in a colander. The calendars we use are like colanders where they wash the good stuff out and give you what they desire for you to give you, which is a structured calendar based on a group of people who are making up time, making up dates, making up everything. They're not based on star days and star years, and that this thing that is their whole thing was to keep us under a spell, which we're breaking. So the 26,000 year calendar, actually they're saying actually is 25,920 years, is a cyclical year or cyclical time. To the right, you see the center of the galaxy. That's where Hanab-Ku would be, the energy from the center of the galaxy. And within this has to do with the precession of the equinoxes, which is the way the earth wobbles and the way the earth's or the North Pole used to be facing certain stars. At a certain time, when we move away from the center of the galaxy, we fall to sleep. So on the left side of your screen, you will see basically a diamond, which is when we're at the furthest place away from the center of the galaxy, called the dark time, the time of sleep. That is the Iron Age, the Rust Age. There's several ages in there where we were so far from the center of the galaxy that we're not receiving the light or the information that we could from the center of the galaxy. So we fell to sleep. So prophets came, different teachers came, people who still held on to some of the information, right, were able to teach. Even what they taught was fragmented because they were not totally in alignment because the whole Earth, the whole solar system was further away from the center of the galaxy. So we did what we could to survive. And then if you look at the bottom, you'll see it's awakening. So it's a 13,000 years, a split. The top half where we're falling asleep for 13,000 years. Then we're waking up for 13,000 years. We're in the awakening period now. If you see on this, we're the 1990s, where we're way past the 1990s. We're moving closer to the center of the galaxy. The center of the galaxy is where the information is coming from. That is the most powerful information coming from what they call the central sun. That is the big radio station. Now, I drew this real quick, took a picture of it. Excuse me. So imagine the central sun is at the top of this picture. Now, the picture that I just showed you was a loop, right? It looks like a loop. But actually, if you turn this correctly, it becomes a spring. So it's not just a closed circle, it's a spring. And we're moving around this spring through time. And we're at different places on this spring, right? It's a calendar spring. Just imagine a spring, a spiral that's going around, it's going up, it's going down. We're going around. We're not just going around in a circle like a loop, like the average music we listen to. It's more like a spring like this. And these different ages are happening within these springs, and they're repeating. This 25,000, 26,000 year period keeps happening over and over and over and over on a spring, a spiral. The central sun, just imagine this at the top. That is the central sun, the super sun, or Hanapku on the Mayan calendars. Hanapku. Where we are on the spring, on the galactic calendar right now, is we're at the place, because see, if you're off to the left on the spring, so you're not in alignment with the center of the galaxy. And if you're off to the right too far, you're not in, right? You don't cross that line. You don't cross that line. Wherever we cross the line, which is every 26,000 years, we cross the line. We are in total alignment with the center of the galaxy. We, starting now, not starting on Monday, are in alignment with the center of the galaxy for the first time. 26,000. Now, some people will say 38,000. I keep hearing different numbers because they're all correct. We are in the direct alignment with direct communion with the Creator as of now. As of now. To now. We're in direct alignment. This is the alignment. I know you've been hearing about all these different alignments, the full moon, the new moon. There's always stuff happening. And then there was the 2nd of January of this year. This is when we were in perfect alignment with Sirius, the Earth, and the sun. We're in perfect alignment. And the Earth was the closest to the sun. Go get my class on the truth about Christmas. It's still online at elevationtime.com. Go to events. There's a bunch of things that you can actually join and watch and listen and learn in the events. And also go to the tab on the website that says education, classes, and workshops, because there's a lot of classes and workshops where we're talking about so many little pieces of this over time. There's so much to be gained, because I'm only giving you a small piece right now, the piece that we can create harmony out of today to now. But if you'd like to study deeper, go to elevationtime.com, and at elevationtime.com is our website. Let me see if we have I think there's a ticker. Yeah, there we go. elevationtime.com. That's our website. So we are now moving into perfect alignment, and that perfect alignment will be perfect on what they call the 15th. But see, the 15th isn't really the 15th. You got to add the 14th, 15th, and 16th. Because these days, these times were all created based on the perception of people who were on a certain place on the planet in the ancient days. So really, there's no time. There's just perceptions of time. That's why some people got all the time in the world on their hands and some don't have enough time. Everybody has a different perception of time. Time is not constant. They tried to make it constant by putting you in a calendar on a calendar and washing out all the stuff that you didn't need. They didn't think you needed to know what, and moving you into a place where we could just keep what they wanted you to keep you under control. Some months got 28 days, some got 30. I mean, what is with the time? The time. There's got to be, there's 13 moons, so there's 13 months. If there's 13 full moons, 13 new moons, then there's got to be 13 months. Why is there only 12 months? Because somebody is playing a calendar and washing away some truth that you could be gaining about yourself, so you could be in time with yourself and be in a direct alignment with nature. Once you get people out of nature and you start telling them that nature is bad, and you start saying that the people who were in the nature, they're bad people. Those were witches. Well, what was a witch? A witch was a question. It wasn't a thing. It's a question. What's your talent? Which talent are you? What do? You plant? You grow trees? It's a question. Which? They try to tell you these is bad people that was in the nature. Everything natural was bad. Have you noticed that with the church? Anything natural, nudity is nasty. You can only be intimate if they decide to choose you to be intimate with somebody else. And then they got a way for you to be intimate, and how to be intimate, to be in alignment in the junkyard. We keep hearing about all this stuff that these holidays are based on, what they call it, it's a word they keep using over and over. See, a lot of stuff comes from the original system of belief, which I talked about in God Power 2. And God Power 2 is still available at elevationtime.com in events. God Power 1, if you weren't there, it was life-changing. It was historical. Largest event ever done of its kind in the old world was God Power 1 with Billy Carson and myself. I was honored to be a part of that. Then we had God Power 2, where we expanded it and took it to the next level. Then I even did what we call the God Power 2 addendum, where I did another 5 hours. That's all available on the website. So it's a lot to catch up on. There's a lot to catch up on. And remember, use ketchup to cover up the rotten food. Great documentary is called what's it called? What's the name of the documentary? I can't even remember the name of it right now. It's about food in America. What's it called? I always talk about it. If somebody remembers the name of the documentary about food, send it to me. But there's a documentary about food and how food was controlled, and and what they did to control people's minds. And there's a really good book too about food and food chronology. Where is it? Do I have it? It's here somewhere. It's the Food Chronology by Traeger. Food. Here we go. All right. I'm getting excited because this ties into this. See, you're going to see that all this ties together. You say, well, why is he going there? Why don't he just stay on this thing about it? Because it's all a part of it. Food Chronology by James Traeger. Food Chronology. I'm not sure if it's still in print, but in this book, they break down the years of how they scientifically created animals and foods and ways based on religion and politics to control people. Food Chronology. A food lover's compendium of events and anticoated, antidotes, anticoats, I can't even say the word, from prehistory to the present. Who was controlling the food? You see the lady in the picture. They got the lady in the picture. She's picking stuff. Seems like it's a very European point of view sometimes. You know, they're the ones that wrote a lot of the books, so they get to have the point of view. Write your own if you're upset. Another book while I'm here. The Origins of Cultivated Plants by Alphonse de Candolle. The Origin of Cultivated Plants by Alphonse Candolle. Oh, my friends are sending in information. Here we go. The foods that built America. Food that built America is off the chain, y'all. This is what happened in the junkyard. You're gonna see the junkyard effect really quick in the first one. It's a documentary. It's a docuseries. So it's on one of those channels. You know, I don't know, Netflix, NoFlix, His Flix, Her Flix, Hulu Lix, something. You're gonna go find it. The foods that shaped America. The food that built America. That's actually the name. When you see that, you're gonna be like, what? What the hell is going on? They created stuff. To feed the people, to control the minds. And there's another book that's called The Science of Eating. I think it's called The Science of Eating. That's a very old book. And they talk about in the late 1800s, early 1900s, how they're going to control people's minds through food or the non-foods or created foods. So it's just not what you're doing, it's what you're eating. And I'm not telling you that, you know, being a vegan is the best way to eat. I'm saying you got to find a way to eat totally naturally and what's best for you. Some people say the blood type diet. If the blood type diet works for you, then do it. I'd say eat natural is possible. Eat as natural as possible. Eat as natural as possible. Whew. Oh, I'm going to take a breath for a second. My friends are texting me. They're telling me, somebody says, slow down, Doc, you're moving too fast. Look, one of my best friends says, Dr. B, slow down, you're getting too excited. Don't give so much information so fast. They're telling me what to do. It's my friends. I love y'all. But no, it's coming through. I can't stop it. It's not my job. Okay. What's happening is that we are becoming live and present with an event, a time switch that hasn't happened since we have been here. Some people are calling this the MAHURTA. MAHURTA. The MAHURTA. The time when Kali Yuga dies. When the old age of fighting and war dies. I want you to look up something. I did a podcast with some friends of mine, Awali, Awali. Giovanna, I think you're in here somewhere in the chat. I think I saw your name. Awali. These people, they on some stuff. They got real food. You go to the farm, to the house, and you eat food, and it changes you magically as you eat real food. When you eat real food, it helps you open up to the central sun, the vibration from the central sun. When you wear natural fabrics, it helps to tap you into the vibration of the central sun. Uh-oh. Awali is saying they would like to release the interview I did with them on Monday, with my permission. Yes, please. Yes. Awali, can you please put the link in here and I'll put it on the screen, Giovanna? Giovanna and Brother Eugene are amazing people. In fact, Brother Eugene is one of the main reasons I moved from the Los Angeles at the time I did, and decided to come to where I am now. Yeah, Giovanna, please put do you have a link that I can put? If you can just put a link in here as a comment, and I'll put it on the screen. We did a really good interview at the farm, and the food is amazing. Eating real food, live food right off the tree. So it's nothing like it. These are the things that we're going to need to partake in more in this next vibration, in this next place, in this next wave spell. Getting back to nature, getting back to natural, moving away from things that were made for us by other people who were controlling our mindsets. And we allowed it, so we can't sit here and be mad and be upset and want to kick ass. Some people want to kick ass. We get so angry about what was done to us. Let me show this. I think I got it. No, that's not it. That's not how you do it. Here we go. I think I can show that. Yeah, Giovanna, that's at Awali. You see it's on the screen right now. That's Awali, Awali. Please support them. These are, and see that the independent farmers and the independent chefs and people who are doing the real work and play and creating something based on the season. Because see, I hear some seasons things don't grow that great on the farm. They may not put out that much output. You can't control the farm and when it's totally natural. It's a rhythm. You got to get into the rhythm of life. If you're ever in Atlanta, find Awali. If you ever hear about Grow Where You Are, find out where they are. Grow Where You Are. Brother Eugene and Giovanna at Awali. What they are doing is they're tapped in already. They already are in alignment with the central sun by growing the food that is going to help us have more of the central sun energy able to attack or attach to us. So there's foods, there's clothing. Even nudity will be good on Monday, Sunday. Now, I'm not saying you can be out in the street because they're going to arrest you because nudity is illegal. Why? Because you're getting too much sun. You're getting too much information on your skin. But on Monday, they're saying we hit the MAHURTA when the central sun's energy wave hits us directly. We're in perfect alignment with it for the first time in many, many years. There's people all over the world who are celebrating this. There's people all over the world who are ready, willing, and able to fly. Are you? Are you ready to allow? It's going to take letting go of some things. It's going to take being ready to allow some new things. What we don't know. Don't sit here and ask me, Dr. B, exactly what's going to happen, because then I become one of these folks trying to control your mind. I am saying that there's something new and everyone's going to receive a DNA upgrade. It's available for everybody who is willing. Everyone will receive the DNA upgrade starting tomorrow or today. See, somebody's asking me, does it start at 8? I'm trying to tell you, get out of the time about when it starts. It starts now. How can I explain this? I gotta slow it down. They gave us calendars and they gave us clocks. These times, these clocks are mechanical. They're not natural. They're digital. Somebody's saying, where's Awali? It's in Atlanta. Just go find them on the internet. Just go do, go to Instagram, Awali, at Awali. We have got caught up into exactly what time something happens. When that's not the time it's happening, usually the time they're giving you, you're going to be late. It's on the event horizon now, which means that the energy of it, just like when the sun rises in the morning, just before it comes up, you can see the light coming up over the mountains in the east. That is the event horizon. You are not, the event hasn't happened, but you're already receiving the information that's on the horizon. If you decided you need to do this at 8 o'clock, somebody said, well, it's 8 actually, Dr. V, it's 8 o'clock on Sunday and Monday, and it's at 3:30 p.m. See, I'm just telling you, this very old school mindset of that everything is clocked to the lock and the clock of the white man. I ain't even talking about the white woman. I'm talking about the white man, not all of them, the ones that control time and that control your mind. That is a meme. The clock is done. Forget this clock. I'm saying you start now to now. And you don't miss it, because if you're trying to get ready for Monday, how are you going to get ready for something that has never happened before? You need to be ready and be open. What happens is it reaches a high point on Monday. It is already happening. It reaches the orgasmic bliss. It explodes on Monday all day. Don't worry about, oh boy, in India it's at this time and in Africa. Just do it and realize that it's time to celebrate, to vibrate your cells, because you have reached a time space that most people have never, ever been on the planet to exist in. Some of your prophets would love to have been here now. Some of your teachers, they didn't make it. They're somewhere else in the galaxy. The time is now. We're all reborn now. The eve, we're in the eve of it. We're in the magnetism of it right now. It just happens it's on Martin Luther King's birthday. I think that's in perfect alignment. Wow, most people are off. So be off. Be off the grid, off of everything. And don't be Monday all over the internet trying to figure out what people are doing. You're all on TikTok and you're looking on Facebook and Facebook, and you're looking over here at this and that and Instagram, and it's an instant gram of what? And you're hooked on Instagram. It's like Coke, a gram of Coke. We're hooked on these devices to tell us how to think. I'm saying let go. We're being reborn right now. What you're eating, what you're saying, how you're acting, how you're moving, what you're listening to, all of that is affecting us. And if that is what you would like to go into the source code for your new life, then it's okay. If you want to focus on how bad it's been, what it's been, who did it, who did that, if you're not ready to let go and forgive and let go, then you're done. If you're not ready to be grateful in advance, then you're done. Don't worry about it. Don't get your panties all in the bun. And especially if your panties are made out of polyester, you're done anyway. Better strip them suckers off. So what I just would like to make this really known, that do not wait for Monday. Monday is just the switch over. That's just boom. It hits directly. But if this is the central sun, then it's bigger than everything. It's all the suns put together are not as big as this. So you're telling me that it only happens on Monday? You're gonna play that one on me? Are you about to? Who's trying to play that on me? Somebody trying to play you again? You wonder why you got pimp slapped? Because you got pimp slapped by the calendar. So I'm just going to say it one more time. Start today, tomorrow, Monday. And after Monday, you live this way. You live the 4 agreements. You got to outwit the devil. The devil is the one controlling your time clock. Have you read the book, Outwitting the Devil? He's controlling the time, your religions, your beliefs, everything. Medicine is all being controlled by the devil, and the devil happens to be your subconscious self, the disagreeable subconscious self. Now remember, I'm going to say it just so we can get it straight, because somebody told me already, Dr. B, this is some pagan stuff. Woo, y'all in that pagan talk. What is a pagan? They told you that pagan is evil, didn't they? Who told you a pagan is evil? What is a pagan? Pagan. What is that? You want to point to people in a minute. Oh, they pagan. What they did was they took the pagan holidays and put them on the other holidays. So you got good holidays and pagan holidays. And you think that these holidays that somebody gave you that's controlling your mind is not evil? Or at least something that's very controlling? If you're taking herbs, that's considered pagan by the church. If you're out sunbathing naked in the sun, that is considered pagan by the church. If you're living natural and eating natural and earthing, that's considered pagan by the church. If you're out and you're doing natural prayers and mantras outside of the Bible or outside of the Quran or outside of the Bhagavad Gita or outside of whatever was written in the past, they consider that sometimes pagan to scare you because you think pagan was evil when the women were gods. When woman was God, they call that evil. They call it pagan times. When we were into naturalness, when we were into running out in the rain naked and letting the rain touch us, looking at the moon and the stars and being one within and making love with those who make love with us and creating more and being seeds of the flower of life and doing the things with what they call sacred geometry, sacred dance. They call all that pagan. The word gets funny. I'm tired of it. Read the book When God Was a Woman. That stuff is pagan, Dr. B. You sound like a church mouse. Who created the church? If it's Christian, you better go talk to the Ethiopians. You better go talk to the Ethiopians. You want to talk about the Christian church? Go talk to the Ethiopians. You can't even talk to them. You don't even know how to read that book. Somebody then took some stuff and mixed it up and diced it up and spiced it up and fed it to you. And they put, toxins and chemicals on it and preservatives and colored it and artificial flavors and artificial lies. And you want to talk to me about what's good and what's bad. Where's my book? I got to take a breath. Hold on a second. Y'all breathe. Oh, I can't find the book. But let me see if I can locate this book. Breathe, y'all. It's all right. I'm coming back. I feel wild right now because, here it is. All right. Y'all okay? Can I be gone for a second? Is that all right? It's okay if we not be perfect for a second. Interesting book, Fast Food Nation. And you're going to say, well, Dr. B, we're talking about the MAHURTA. What they got to do with Fast Food Nation? To really get to the place that we're going, you're going to have to realize where we have been for a second. So just for a second, I want to give you a picture of how many things have been artificially created and you've been artificially inseminated. And you're talking about, we talk about GMOs, genetically modified organisms. Do you know anything about the genetically modified organisms? Things that you think are really good. This is really great stuff. And actually, it's really not that great. It's been artificially programmed for your head. Things that we accepted in the junkyard, in the Iron Age, in the Rust Age, we're not going to be able to accept. So there's some things that you should become very aware of and how deep the programming is. Fast Food Nation, this book, I only have to read one page. And when I talk about Fast Food Nation, I'm talking about not just the food. I'm talking about the clothing. I'm talking about the fashions. I'm talking about the music. I'm talking about the religions, the way that we lived in the past. It was all fast food. It was created within the Thunderdome, within the Terror Dome. And we have been, terraformed. And that's how you control a planet. You heat it up and you change the energy of the planet so that you can control the beings and turn it into a slave colony. We're walking away from this. Now, if this don't switch if this don't switch your mind, then I'm done. This is page 125 of the Fast Food Nation. The Food and Drug Administration does not require flavor companies to disclose the ingredients in their additives, so long as the chemicals are considered by the agency to be gross, generally regarded as safe. This lack of public disclosure enables the companies to maintain the secrecy of their formulas. It also hides the fact that flavor compounds sometimes contain more ingredients than the foods being given their taste. The ubiquitous phrase artificial strawberry flavor gives a little hint of the chemical wizardry and manufacturing skill that can make a highly processed food taste like strawberry. Y'all ready for this? I want you to take this, what I'm about to say, and spread it across everything from clothes to sports to all of it. Is artificially inseminated, artificial flavors, artificial visions. Listen to what is in the average strawberry shake. You ready? A typical strawberry flavor, like the kind found in fast food strawberry milkshakes, contain the following ingredients: amyl acetate, amyl butyrate, amyl valerate, anthranol, acetal formate, benzenol acetate, benzoyl isobutyrate, butyric acid, seminal isobutyrate, valerate, seminal valerate, cognac essential oil, dicytyl, propyl ketone. Whew. Man. Ethyl acetate, ethyl amyketol, ethyl butyrate, ethyl cinnamate, ethyl hepanate, ethyl, it's actually ethyl, which means deadly chemical. Ethyl, right? Hepylate, ethyl lactate, ethyl methylphenylglycerate, ethyl nitrate, ethyl propionate, ethyl valerate, heliotropium, helitroxylphenyl-2-butadiene. Something begins with a weird looking A. It's not really an A. Iotone isobutyrol anthranate, isobutyrate, lemon essential oil, maltol, 4-methylphenylacetone, methylanthranate, methylbenzonate, methylcinnamate, methylheptene carbonate, methyl-nappy ketone. Sound like an afro, huh? Methyl silicate, mint essential oil, neroli essential oil, nerolin, isobutyrate, orris butter, phenoacetal, rose ether Y undercalitone, vanillin, and a solvent. The reason why I'm reading that to you because I would like you to take that small thing where they're talking about the strawberry flavor and put it across all the artificial flavors. Then spread it across all the artificial music, artificial emotions, artificial clothing, artificial talk, artificial actions, artificial ways. It has not been natural. It has been what we have used in an emergency time to attempt to make it. It's been artificially inseminated all over. That I only named, we're talking about one thing. They didn't even say nothing about strawberry. The strawberry flavor, the stuff you had it. I don't care if you was a vegan now or raw foodist, you drank this stuff before, it's still in your cells. You still got a little fakeness in you. All of us do. I loved milkshakes back in the day, but I used to make them myself from what I thought was real milk. But I didn't know half the ice cream had what they call radiator fluid in them. What's it called? Glycol. I can't even think of the name of it right now. It's a coolant they use in cars. But anyway, my point is that most of us have grown up in an artificial way. And we have been looking at, have you seen this book? Drugs Masquerading as Foods by Suzar? Suzar and I, we used to work together and do lectures. Tony Quaid, you remember Suzar? Drugs Masquerading as Foods. Deliciously killing American Africans. Actually, and all people. That's that maraschino cherry. Where did that come from? Get that book. What I'm saying is it's not just the food. It's what we've learned, the math we learned, the way we learned in school. It's all artificial in the past. The religions, the beliefs, the time. So if you're waiting for a certain time for this thing to hit, just go on, because you're too caught. You've become too intelligent and you need somebody to ring a bell and tell you that this is the time this is happening. What I'm saying is the energy, let's not make it artificial. Let's start now. Can we start today? Well, you need time to get ready to be ready for the greatest event that ever happened and may ever happen. You need time to get ready. You're done. Get ready now. If you're going to make love, you need to make love based on something you're moving towards. What would you like to create? If you're eating food, eat food with what? Passion, moving towards something, creating something. Do your prayers, do your meditations like you've never done them before. Get into silent meditation like you've never done before. If you're listening to music that's supposed to be spiritual, make sure that it's truly spiritual, or listen to none. Go listen to nature, the greatest music of all. Go outside tonight and look at the stars and stare up at Sirius, and you'll begin to see Sirius blink red, white, and blue. Do something natural. Find out what you can do that gets you out of the artificial flavoring, the artificial colors, the artificial ideas, the artificial talk, and the memes that will keep you stuck in the old age. That's why I read that Fast Food Nation. So you realize how deep this is. And it goes so deep with the laws, with the government, with the belief, with the religions, with the calendars, with the clock, with the time. All of it has been controlled. Yeah, propylene glycol. That's in a lot of those vape. They got people vaping now. Vaping is better than smoking cigarettes. Whew. Got you again. Whew. We are light. We are made of light. We are light bodies. Our whole system works based on light. The greatest light is the light coming from the central sun. It's the light of lights, and it's the light of the world. Your chromosomes pick up different frequencies and wavelengths of light. They are picking up information based on the environment of light, the light around you. Your sounds, what you say creates light. Your words, your thoughts create light. Your food becomes light. We're photovoltaic. We're able to take light and turn it into energy. We're able to take light, and the mitochondria takes the energy and that you are giving it and turn that into energy you can use. Light force, life force. Your chromosomes, chroma means color, zomes are bodies. These are beings living inside of you or parts of you that are picking up the light. Are you aware that the scientists in the past said that only 2% of our DNA was online and working? And that they also thought that 98% was junk DNA until now. They thought that 98% of your genes, your DNA was doing nothing. That's what they thought in the old age, in the junkyard. In the rusty age, they couldn't see it because, like I said, man and woman was not able to tap into the highest capacity of the mind. We couldn't get the knowledge because we weren't getting enough light. We were struggling. We were living in a struggler's time. We went to strugglers convention. We learned the language of struggle. We learned the language of pain and trauma and war. And it was all about war and commerce and ownership. That's my husband. That's my wife. That's my yard. That's my flower. That's my tree. It's my children. Me, 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 me. That's what you do when you're in struggle land. You try to own everything that you can't own. You want to claim it. Well, as we go through this DNA upgrade, you're going to have to let go of a lot of your ownership. And we're going to be sharing a lot of stuff to make it. Because there ain't going to be enough of us online to be able to say, that's mine. We're going to have to share. Some people got to move in together. People got to learn to move together and be silent together and love together and drink together. It may be only a few, maybe only you and one other person. If it's only you, then that's enough. But if you can find one other person who's ready to do this, these are the new ways. The new laws is to be ready for the new laws to be written within you. And it's going to come through your DNA. So this upgrade is happening. That junk DNA is now coming online. And it's not happening Monday. I'm going to say it again. It's happening now. It started in 1987 with the discovery of supernova 1987A. Go look at that. Supernova 1987A. And there's a group of classes that I have online. It's like a whole group of my classes in one, if you'd like to go learn, because there's so much information that we've covered in the past. So if you'd like to catch up, you can go to elevationtime.com and check out the classes. And right now, I think there's a discount. Let me see. Do we have a discount? Yeah, there's a discount code for anything that you go to. That's the code is not God Power. Let me change that. Anything that you go to Elevation and if you were to invest at Elevation, New Age, it's going to be the program, the discount. Is that right? Yeah. Save. Okay. There we go. So if you use the code New Age, you get 10% off of everything and $99 or more at elevationtime.com. New Age. New Age. Can I show two things? Yeah, look at that. Wow. Because we have a lot of things there that we're offering that can help with the upgrade and help you to adjust to the new vibration, and cleansing and detoxification and taking certain herbs. It's going to be important for some of us. Some of us, maybe, your thing isn't herbs, whatever it is, there are things that we're offering. So until Monday, there's going to be a discount code. You get 10% off of everything. And if you join a membership, if you go to Elevation Time and join as a member, then you get 10% off of everything all the time, plus the 10% that's happening for this weekend only. Your DNA, our DNA is totally programmable based on the environment you put your genes in. See, anybody can wear jeans. You ever wear somebody else's jeans? You borrow some jeans, you get ready to go out, they got an extra pair. You get inside the jeans. We're wearing our jeans. The genes are not wearing us. You see, we got into this thing called gene determination, which this is what the old scientists discovered and thought was real, that your genes were determining your life. Now they know that maybe 10%, some people even say only 10% of your gene program is what makes you look a certain way, eat a certain way, and be a part of a certain family. Only 10% comes from your family. The 90% left over is being programmed by the environment, by your actions, the way you eat, the way you live. So if you live in an artificial life, eating artificial food, having artificial friends and artificial relationships and wearing artificial fabrics, you got artificial hair, artificial shoes, artificial underwear. You're throwing your stuff in the microwave so it could be done really quick. It's artificial, radiation is programming your food. You have an artificial activity every day. You got an artificial personality. Then guess what? That's what you're telling the DNA to do. You're telling yourself to become this artificial AI, artificially created being. Some people have accepted so much AI, artificial intelligence, since Christmas, since Santa Claus. That's artificial intelligence too. All the stories that all the fairy tales were artificial intelligence. The bad black sheep story was artificial intelligence, where you thought that that's what the black sheep did, told and gave up everything. That's not what black sheep do. That was just something that was artificially inseminated in your head. And the fairy tales about rocking the baby on the treetop. When the cradle rocks the baby, they got the baby falling out the tree. Mama, when would mama put her baby up in the tree and rock the baby in a cradle up in the treetop? I want y'all to think about that. Why would somebody tell your mama, and the mama gonna sing that song to the child about being in danger, right? To put the baby in danger. Why would the mama put the baby in danger? You say, well, I wouldn't do that. Well, when you feeding your baby some of this baby food with the ugly baby on it, what you think that is? You rocking your baby up on the treetop, letting them fall. Letting your child be involved with some things and just giving them an iPad or whatever and just letting them do whatever. That's artificial. You're not talking to them. At least spend some time talking to them, being with them, giving them some real knowledge, studying some things together, eating some real food, and not just buying some stuff in a box and in a can and in a bottle that's been stored and it's been programmed with excitotoxins that's going to shock the baby's brain and cause the child not to even develop to the point where the child can ever get to the point of being at the MAHURTA. It's a lot of stuff we've been involved in, which has programmed our old genes to be a certain way, but they get reset this week. You can reset your genes. You got to reset your activity, reset your talk, reset your mouth. Remember that silence is golden sometimes. Shut up. We got to organize things. We got to reorganize our lives. Reorganize your life. Listen to new music, something new. There's new music being made every day. You don't have to listen to what's in the mainstream and what Spotify is telling you what's hot. Go to YouTube. They tell you right on the front of YouTube what's hot. You want what's hot. You want what everybody else is doing because you're being artificially inseminated. So then you end up having an artificial orgasm. Oh my God, that was great. It wasn't nothing. It was just some information that you never heard before that excited you and may have blown your mind. Most of this stuff, nothing is new under the sun except artificial intelligence. We are done with allowing our genes to be programmed by trash. It is now fully programmable by your thoughts, your words, and your actions. Are you ready? Your mind creates waves that become matter. What you're thinking, you're waving. When you think, you're waving. Information comes out of your head as waves. Those waves, if you keep thinking them over and over, they move into the quantum field. And the quantum field is this other world where everything is existing at the same time. They call it chaotic. In the quantum field, there's a whole nother set of rules. This is stuff they can't even hardly see it with a microscope. There's another world under this world, beside this world, called the quantum field, which has a whole nother set of rules, y'all. If you think something over and over and believe something and repeat something over and over, it becomes waves. These waves, after you keep waving them, inside the quantum field, they become particles. The particles come together and create matter. Your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions that you keep rubbing on as you're rubbing the genie bottle, the genie is generating what it is you desire. Your genes become what it is you are focusing on, thinking about, pondering on. You become that. It's a co-creation. So your mindset, right, is creating material. Do your thoughts matter? Yes, they do. Do your words matter? Yes, they do. They become something. They become you. We must let go of some of the waves that we've created. It's just like throwing a log or a stone in the ocean or a lake. It makes waves. Your words, your thoughts, your actions are making waves in the ocean of life. This is a big ocean. We're living in fluidic space. Whew. Your mission is essential right now. What are your values? What is your mission? What is your vision? A spell. Middle English, spell, S-P-E-L, S-P-L, S-P-E-L. From Old English, spell, story saying, a tale, a story in prose, and opposed to verse, history, narrative, fable, discourse, command. In late Old English, it's a sermon, a religious instruction. Do y'all hear this? Spelling. Spellum, to spell, to compare Old Saxon, spell, Gothic, spill. Oh my gosh. A report, a discourse, a tale, a fable, a myth. German Beispiel, example. I'm probably not pronouncing everything correctly here because, you know, I got issues. The oldest senses are obsolete. 1200 as an utterance. Something said, a statement, a remark. The meaning set of words, what with supposed magical or occult powers, incantations, charms, as recorded from 1570s. Hence, any occult influence or means or cause of enchantment. I just pulled this out, the dictionary, which has been screwing a lot of us. Okay, somebody said I need to make my discount code looks a little funny. Let's fix it. Thank you. Let's put a space here. I'm glad I can actually do this. I never knew I could do this before. I'm actually learning because we're learning. Always be learning. My highest choice is that works better. The discount code is New Age, all one word. New Age discount code. A spell. You know, they say English is the only language that considers spelling. It uses what they call spelling. In the past, for the last 6,000 years, we've been using the language of spelling. We've been getting spelled. We spell ourselves. We expel. We inspell. My thing was I've always had what they call dyslexia, so I couldn't spell very good. So I didn't get caught up in some of the stories because I didn't know what they was talking about because I always thought the opposite of what they were saying. When they said that the dark was bad, I said, oh, wow, it must be good. My mind automatically flips things. I didn't get good grades for it. In fact, I failed because I couldn't spell the way they wanted me to spell. The language is important. The words that we're using to explain things. The words that we use to explain things. Somebody say, Dr. B, what's your sign? I don't have no sign. Okay. Because that's a spell too. It's only 12 of them when it's 13 moons. I'm a little confused. It's okay if it works for you. I'm not saying don't get, I'm telling you I don't have no sign. Because I can look at all the signs and I see attributes of Dr. B and all the signs. So they're all mine. I am the sign. I'm the sign of the times. How's that? That's my sign. You probably say, well, you tripping, Dr. B. I am tripping. Are you? I'm on a journey. What I'd like you to do right now is to close your eyes. Close your eyes. Stop texting and posting and chatting just for a minute, please, y'all, because y'all got a lot going on over there. Close your eyes. And imagine you're sitting at a pond, a beautiful pond. Feel your butt on the ground as the earth is touching your bottom. You're sitting by a pond and you could feel the gentle wind on your body. You can feel yourself touching the Great Mother. Close your eyes. Close them. Come on now. I see you over there. Close your little eyes. Just for a minute. Imagine you can hear the sounds of the water, the gentle water, and the sounds of nature. And imagine you could hear and see the beautiful pond. The pond is clear. You can see your clear reflection in the pond. You see your face, your body in the pond. Now imagine stirring up the pond water with a stick so you can no longer see yourself clearly in the pond. Notice your image becomes distorted. Now take the stick out of the pond and the ripples slowly stop. And you can see yourself clearly again in the pond. When you learn to stop stirring up the pond, our image reflection becomes clear. The stick represents habitual, disagreeable thoughts, words, and actions, distortion and fear. Remove the stick and our life clears up at once. The pond is the pond of life, showing a clear reflection of who you truly are as you look at it, as you become the voyeur of yourself. When you take a stick and put it in that pond, that clear reflection now becomes distorted. You're stirring up the pond. You're doing it. You can't see yourself clearly anymore. Your image becomes distorted. And when you take the stick out of the pond, the ripples slowly stop, and you can see yourself clearly again in the beautiful reflection of yourself in the pond. When we learn to stop staring up the pond with the stick we hold, with our imagination, with our beliefs, with our programs, the reflection becomes clear. We're at the pond right now, y'all. Pull the stick out of the water. Stop stirring it up with old systems that no longer work, old actions that create distortion and fear. Remove the stick that you've been using to distort your true beauty. Whatever you look like under all that stuff that you've been wearing is true beauty. That is the godness. Accept yourself, be your natural self, and stop using a stick, a magic wand, a Hollywood stick to try to create something that's unnatural. Okay? You may open your eyes. Are you ready to allow yourself to be your natural self? What's happening now is your Merkaba, which is your light, spirit, soul. Mer is light. Ka is spirit. Ba is soul. The Merkaba is the same symbol as the flower of life that we showed earlier. It's just straight lines. When you put the straight lines with the curved lines and the circles, you get the superstar tetrahedron, which we're inside and we're of, and it's in us, but we're in it and we're of it. It's like your spaceship. Mer, light. Ka, spirit. That's like your personality. Ba is soul. You're going to get that anyway. That's light. You don't control it. You can't sell your soul. This is another distortion. He sold his soul. He didn't have his soul to sell. It's not his soul, is the soul. Soul food is food that gives life, not food that takes life. If you eat something calling it soul food and it's taking life, then guess what? You is a liar. Now you're inside the Thunderdome telling the story. You got a spell on you. Somebody's hoodwinked you to tell you that is the food. You are a spaceship. You are a starship. You are a plane. You are the identified flying object, but you got to put your wings on. You got wings. We all do. Would you just like to crawl around forever? It's okay if that's what you'd like. We're not telling you to change your course of action. Do not think that Dr. B is here trying to change you. Dr. B is just showing you that there's a window open if you'd like to go through. We're not telling you you're wrong or right. This is not about wrong or right. This is your spaceship. This is what your energy field actually looks like. It will become hundreds and hundreds of times stronger the more you accept the light of the world. As you step into the light of righteousness, which means you have to have the capacity to hold more light by getting rid of a lot of things that are not light. Getting rid of the spell. Everybody is right. Everybody's right by what they believe. They're right. You're right. Stop arguing with folks. They're right. They're righteous in what they believe in their own condemnation. Or if they believe that what they're saying is real, it becomes real for them. That is their reality. Why are you spending time, wasting time trying to convince people of something that is not convincible? It's not conventional. What is happening right now is totally different. Everybody's having their own experience. Let them have it. It's not your business. Mind your business. Otherwise, you become pervert. You're perverted. Egotistical. We're inside a spaceship the Merkaba. We all have wings. It has a special fuel. You must set your destination now. Where would you like to go? Never mind where you've been. Don't start talking about where you don't want to go. Only mention where you'd like to go. The fuel is your why. Don't worry about how. How is none of your business. That's that thing about what time on Monday. See, that's that how talk. We can't explain to you how. Get in your ship now. Today, right now. Nobody want to ride with you? Ride by yourself. You be a rider. You ain't got gangsters, be the gang. Have you been living somebody else's dream? You better get out of it, because that's like could be your daymare. Look at the shadow of the person in the glass. Look at the shadow of the person in the glass. Have you been living in the shadow of somebody else? Of other people, other times? Break free. Let that go. Let them go. Let them find their destiny. Only an apostate will go to the forbidden zone. And only a fool will give a gun to a human. Y'all know what movie that's from? Whew. You got to go to the forbidden zone. And to do that, you got to break out of other people's dreams and other people's daymares and other people's nightmares. It's time to lift off. It's time to fly. Are you ready? Let's go. Have you been wandering? Have you been abducted by other people, other times, other things? Have you been drifting? Have you been living your life based on OPO, other people's opinions? Have you been seeking validation from others to validate who you are, what you are, where you are, why you are? Have you been focused more on problems versus solutions? If you have, it's a good time to drop this off and let it go. Detoxify from this now. Somebody got it. Planet of the Apes. Philly Cat, you've won. Yes. That statement is from Planet of the Apes. Do you constantly, or the old you, has the old you constantly complained, blamed the world, blamed the past, blamed the devil, blamed the enemy, blame bad luck, blame your genes for your inability to overcome challenges? That's the old you. It's okay. You need to recognize something before you can get rid of it. First, you got to recognize that you're scared to death to move forward. You got to recognize it before you can get rid of it. You got to be able to locate and biolocate the drama. Then you could begin to wave cast your new ideas into the quantum field by sending into the quantum field what you desire. That's what you call wave casting. And as you've been casting waves of what you desire, only what you desire, keep casting those waves like you're casting a line, like you're casting your energy forth into these other dimensions. Just keep casting them. Have faith. Feel as if it's happened. Feel as if it's happened. Know it's happening now, that your designs, your ideas are manifesting themselves. Don't get weary when they don't happen instantaneously, because guess what? If you send the waves enough time, she will wave back. And what we're getting right now on Monday, on Sunday, on tomorrow, on today, on tonight, and as of right now, she is waving back. The big wave, the big mama. They can call it what they like. We are in alignment with something that has never happened. And with these humans, we happen to be here now. You better cast all the waves you got and cast these other things and burn them. Burn these ideas. Get rid of this way of blame and guilt and victimhood. Some people wearing a double hood. They got on one hoodie, it says it's a victim. They got on another hoodie that says that they're just ghetto. That's my hood. Them is my people. Well, stay with them then. Anybody ask you to cross into the river, you might pollute the river for all of us. Stay over there. You got talk and shit to talk. Let the talk, the shitty breath you have, let it be yours. Put on a mask so you can hold it in and keep rebreathing it. That's the disease. That's the virus. To be talking shit all the time. Chronic servitude syndrome. You got to let this one go, y'all. If you would like to step into the new world, irresponsible yesing, saying yes to everybody. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. That's some servitude. The master told you to say yes all the time, and you just saying yes? Reckless self-abandonment? You just abandon your own stuff, who you truly are? So you don't realize what your authority, your prosperity, your divinity is all about because you've abandoned yourself? It's okay if you like it because you may be comfortable there. Some people are so comfortable in hell that heaven causes problems for them. It's all right. Nobody's asking you and pushing you. Hey, you shouldn't all over yourself? I should do such as I should. You shouldn't all over yourself. You smell shitty. You talk shitty. Woody. Couldy. I could. I almost. I can't. Cannot. Should not. Could not. Would not. What's this weird talk? That's part of the spell to get you to be not in movement mode. You got to move from that. Let that go. Let it go. Let them find their destiny. Let them go. That's from Planet of the Apes too. They're getting ready to shoot the man and the woman. And they got the woman where she's a deaf mute. They always got the woman that, it's a funny position. She can't talk. White man's on the horse. He don't know where he's at. Got the deaf mute fine sister on the back. She can't talk and express herself. Ain't that something? And the apes, right, are running the world. And the apes is getting ready to shoot the white man, the horse, and the mute girl. And the head orangutan, he's in charge of things. This is Planet of the Apes, y'all, the original. The head orangutan says, no, don't shoot them. Let them go. And the little young ape says, what will he find? He will find his destiny. Do you know how dope that is? Let people go and find their destiny. Get out of their way. Stop thinking you know what's best for them. Shut your mouth. You don't know what's best for you. Just because you done chose to wear some robes and you wrapped up with a crystal bracelet on, you think you all deep. Let people find their destiny. You can urge them. You may say something respectfully to ask them if they'd like to drink some natural water. Don't force them. Tell them water is tap water and it's poison. Person, excuse me. A person with a magical mindset can turn some tap water into spring water. You heard what I said. A person with a special mindset, a magical mindset, could turn tap water into spring sparkling and program processed water. Did you know that? Oh, you can't do that. You got to go buy the water from the store. You could make the water. You can make anything into medicine. You are the medicine. But you got to get out of chronic servitude syndrome, serving something and someone, cleaning up after their mess, letting them have their foot on your back. And this sometimes goes through families. The whole family is in servitude. They serve what their masters. Sometimes their masters are their religions, their beliefs, their politics, their way of eating, their ego, their way of living. They're serving a God that doesn't even exist, that was created for them, and they're giving it all away, cleaning up what? A mess that somebody else made. Become the magic. Don't do the magic. Be the magic. Be the majestic one. How do you do it? Just get in the mindset and feel it as if it's happening now. Have faith. Feel as if it's happening now. Who you hanging out with? Who you getting hung up with? Whoever you hanging out with, you're hung up with. You're hanging on the cross with them. You better step away from some of these, what you call friendships and relations. Do you look forward to trauma bonding? Some people look forward to it. They need a hard luck story. Let's get together and talk about what had happened. Tell the story one more time and then let it go. Isn't that what Cat Williams did? He told the story one more time and let it go. He told the truth. Did y'all hear what he was saying? Let's let it all out. In the beginning, 2024, let the lies go. Then don't give them no more energy. Do you expect problems? Are you hooked on drama? That should be a book, Hooked on Drama. Then they have Hooked on Phonics or something, Hooked on Drama. Are you ready to let that go? Dis-ease, disharmony, and disorganization is causing you to disrespect yourself. You're disrespecting the universe by expecting dis-ease, staying in dis-ease. You may be in dis-ease for a minute, but you work yourself, walk yourself, move yourself, fly yourself, jump time yourself into another space out of dis-ease and into ease. Disharmony. What is your music? What is your sound? What you're saying is your music. How you're dancing, how you're moving your body is an instrument. Disorganization. Are you getting organized? Do y'all know about getting organized? Some people need help. How many of y'all need help getting organized? Organizing your mind, organizing your house, organizing your office, organizing your business. Do y'all need help with that? Because I did. I made a phone call. to organicorganizers.com. Organicorganizers.com. And they came and started organizing. They don't just organize you physically because, you might have to be in a certain area. They may not travel unless the price is right. A lot of people will travel. But organizing your mind. Some people need a life coach. They also have this real life coach as part of organicorganizers.com. I got this thing called the real life coach. And wait till you read when you go to the website what a real life coach is. Because, you got this thing that everybody's talking about the life coach. So I got a life coach. Some of them ain't real life coaches because they ain't coaching your life. They just want to coach you back to them and keep paying them so they can get their coach bag, right? And you sitting up being coached, buying their coach bag, but you ain't getting the coaching you need to get out of being coached. Go to organizers, organicorganizers.com. It's scrolling at the bottom. Go check them out. Tell them Dr. B sent you. Organicorganizers.com. They can help you organize everything in your life. Sometimes just your mindset needs to be organized. Sometimes your kitchen needs to be organized. Sometimes you need to organize what you're going to eat. Gluten-free? You better get gluten-free because the gluten been tearing you a new asshole. Some of you don't even have an asshole. Can't even get rid of the toxins no more because the gluten has glued you up. Wheat products. It's one of the ways they keep you on the plantation is with that wheat. Even some of my totally vegan friends, they just eat a lot of wheat and they glued up on the inside. You have to understand what these things are doing to your gut. When you realize what gluten is doing to your gut, it keeps you on the plantation. Organic Organizer specializes in organic, lifestyles. I'm talking about gluten-free. Organicorganizers.com. Go check them out. I think they're on IG and you can go to the website. Tell them Dr. B sent you. And don't call talking all this foolish talk about, how much does it cost? How much does it cost in you to be unorganized? You want to get healthy, wealthy, and wise? One thing that most healthy, wealthy, and wise people have is they have organization. They're organized. They organize their thoughts, their actions, the way they are. And a lot of y'all got issues in relationships. Guess why? Because you ain't organized. You're not thinking of it in an organic way. Because you were born at a time when inorganic things was the big thing. Things were being manufactured and created for you. The concept of marriage and relationship and love and all of that is disorganized. It creates dis-ease and disharmony. And you become disorganized because you can't see yourself. You can't see the truth. You can't see the realness of what you are, who you could be. organicorganizers.com. Go check them out. Tell them Dr. B sent you. There's only one thing that makes a dream possible to achieve: the fear of failure. There's only one thing that makes a dream impossible to achieve. It's the fear of failure. How many of you have experienced the fear of failure? How many of you have not moved forward because of the fear of failure? Let that one go, and you'll change everything. That statement's from The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. I can't even say his name now. The Alchemist, one of the greatest books on the planet, The Alchemist. Go check it out and figure out who The Alchemist is. It's time to interrupt some of these patterns and to break some of these spells. In order to interrupt these patterns, you're going to have to allow yourself to change, to interrupt the course that you've been on. We're going to take a break, and we're going to allow you to hear some music, a piece of the soundtrack from God Power. And the music and the frequency and the tone and what is being said, what is being sung, are all sacred frequencies. In order to break the patterns, you have to allow yourself to break the patterns. So as we take a break, listen to the music of I Allow. This is featuring an artist by the name of Azare. She has a very angelic, special voice. And there is a meditation in here that you can listen to if you'd like, or just listen to the music. But think about breaking patterns and letting them go and allowing yourself. As we take about a 5-minute break, we'll be right back with you. I Allow. I allow myself to be my best self. To be creative. And to let go. I I allow myself to live an elevated life, to stay focused and clear, always moving towards a goal. I allow myself to let go and to learn to live and to grow. I allow myself time and space. I allow. I allow myself to feel, to express myself, and to use the talents that I possess. I allow myself to make love out of the things that are not love. I allow myself to be a creative, live in the moment. I allow. I allow. I allow. I allow. I allow myself to be authentic, transparent, open, caring, and loving. I allow myself to let go, to be free, and to plant new seeds and live the best life right now. I allow the God power within me to express itself through art, through creativity. I allow myself to plant new seeds in the garden of life. I let go. I allow. I am grateful. I am honored to allow. Yes. To be here now. Yes. I allow. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you? Two, 1, 2. One, two. I think you can hear me now. 1, 2. All right. Am I back? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good. So I was saying that that project is a part of it was a part of the soundtrack for God Power 2. It is going to be a part of a new project called the Medicine Music Collective 3, which will be available at elevationtime.com. If you go to elevationtime.com and you go down to the menu and you look for medicine music, You will see 4 projects there that have been recorded in the sacred frequencies. In fact, you can buy or purchase or invest in all of them. There's one download so you could receive all 4 of those projects. But there is a 5th and 6th one coming. Okay. One of them is the Urban Shaman, which is a project which was the first medicine music project recorded in the year 2000. We're re-releasing it. We've remastered it. So be looking for that. It's called Urban Shaman. That's with a friend of mine, Akadama. You know, we actually created medicine music together in the year 2000. On 5/5/2000, there was an alignment that happened in the year 2000, 5/5, the 5th month. There was something that happened, and we created this out of that, this medicine music project. So that project will be up soon, but then Medicine Music Collective 3, which we're working on right now, will be on the project. And this song, I Allow, will be on that. I did notice where some people were saying, oh, don't worry, I got the song, I've screen recorded it. You know, a lot of folks, they want stuff without investing, and it's okay. You know, it's okay. Don't share it. Don't share it. In fact, there's frequencies in there that if you share it, it's going to cause some issues, because there's coding that we put in these projects to make sure that it stays in the dominion we'd like it to stay in. Okay. This is, we got to do sacred things at sacred times and sacred places, and stop just sharing everything and trying to record and get everything for free. We've got to invest something. This is a day we're giving. We give 10%, but also invest with us. You know, you can go to elevationtime.com right now and you can put a donation in. We get donations all the time from all over the world. We'd like to thank you who have donated. When you actually purchase a product at elevationtime.com, you know, you're donating and you're investing to something that is a not-for-profit organization. We're not nonprofit. We're not for profit. Everything we do is to help teach people to become better people. That's what we do. So if you'd like to support us, that would be great. We thank all of you for supporting us. But this thing, a lot of times people want everything for free. How much does it cost? Well, what is it costing you to not have some of the greatest things and some of the greatest information possible? Donate and invest in people that you like. Some of the independent farms, sometimes just go invest. This is do some work, give up some money, give something. Donate your car, your truck to somebody in need. Do random acts of kindness. That's currency. That's how you get more, by giving what you have. You think we were taught that we get rich by holding on to everything. Now you get wealthy by giving and circulating your energy and breaking spells. Because some of our viewpoints that we've had around money is a pattern that has to be interrupted. We must interrupt our patterns and change. The more you give, the more you get. Did you know that? The more you give, the more you get. What you're getting today, this is Dr. B and Elevation's offering. It will be up. Some people say, well, there'll be a replay. It'll be up on the YouTube link you have, which is private just for y'all. It will be up. You can get it anytime and go watch it as much as you like and review it. But in the new age, you're going to have to realize that we have to circulate our energy and give back, and stop expecting so many things for free, and stop expecting that somebody's going to fix you. They're going to give you this. You got to get up off your ass and invest in yourself, and use the wings that you have, use the legs that you have to give more, to be more, and expand. That's one way we break an old pattern. We break the spell by doing something new, giving more, being more open. Stop being so closed, and stop talking about my this, and get into we, our, we, together in oneness. Focus. At Elevation, we have this product called Focus, which helps increase attention, discipline, confidence, so we can feel limitless and unstoppable. It's available right now at Elevation. This is one of the things that I've been taking throughout the day. I always take it when I'm speaking. Focus, so I can be clear in my words. Or the words. They're not mine. Cancel, cut, delete, and clear. Our words. And let's clarify that. You can't be you. That's an impossibility. We picked it up on the junkyard. You have to be we or our. Speak that way. Our offering, because it's you and trillions of cells, which are beings. There's mitochondria, there's friendly bacteria, there's all kinds of things in your body that makes it a universe. Somebody said, can the pregnant lady take focus? Yes, pregnant people have used focus. The parasite cleanse is off limits to pregnant people, but most of the other products we have as supplements are good for people who are pregnant. Heaven on Earth. This amazing product has been traditionally used for anxiety. When we go through changes like this, anxiety comes online. Stress, mood enhancement, nervous system balancing, muscle spasms, pain, relaxation. It's great for meditation. And it's also great for people who are dealing with levels of trauma. Trauma is real, y'all. It is real. And a lot of us have it, and a lot of us have suppressed it. Some have learned how to deal with it. We've learned how to dissipate it using meditation and prayer and breathing. But some of us haven't done that yet. But we still have it within us. It's in our cellular memory. Heaven on Earth is one of the first products I created for my mother who was dealing with MS, and it really helped her. And I asked her, what does it do for you? She said, well, it's like heaven on earth. That became the name of it. A lot of the things that I created herbally, I created for people in my family, or especially my mother who was going through, some health challenges. So heaven on earth would be good. And these are things that we're going to need because, you're not going to get it by Monday. Okay. It's going to take, when you order something from Elevation, it takes us at least 7 business days to process it. Because remember, a lot of this stuff is made by hand. I'm making everything by hand. I'm even picking some of the herbs and picking them out and processing them very carefully. We're not just using herbs. We're using flower essences, which help your emotional body. We're using crystal elixirs, which help to crystallize your nervous system and help you stay balanced with the crystal energy. We're also using structured water. We're using special, how should I say? It's like a technique like Reiki, where you're putting intention into the herbal products. So they're not just herbal products, they're elixirs, which means it's much more than herbs, and it's working on more of your body than just the physical. These are the products that we have at elevationtime.com that you can invest in if you'd like. What do you desire? It's important right now for you to choose what you desire. And I know if we look at the clock, it looks like it says we have 3 minutes. For those of you who would like to stay, if you'd like me to keep going out, would you like me to stop at 3 o'clock and just say, we're done? But if those of you who have a little more time, space in your continuum, would you like to continue? Then keep going. Okay. Our old program used to shut down at 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever it was. It would just stop. But we're using a different program now. So if you'd like to keep going, we'll keep going. Is that okay? Okay. All right. Some of you were late. You'll get the replay of this. You can watch this at any time. What do you desire? For 1 minute, for 1 second, think of what is it? Just pick one thing that you desire. One thing. Don't look to your loved ones and think about other people and other folks, what they think you should desire. Get out of their minds. You for yourself, with yourself. What would you desire? Mention one thing. It could be good health. It could be wealth. It could be love. It could be joy. Pick something that you desire. Something that we could take into the new age. As we align with the center of the galaxy, the only thing I know for sure that we should do is focus on what we desire to show up in the new world. Remember earlier I said we cannot say exactly what's going to happen because what's about to happen has never happened in our time-space continuum. This is new. But as you receive the DNA download, which is happening whether you like it or not, it would be best to put in the solar wind your desire. It is best to see it, hear it, and feel it as if it's happening now. We're going to make it kinesthetic, auditory, and visual, this desire. One thing. Now, some folks, they can't do one thing. So if you'd like to do 3 things, it's okay. And if you say love, then we need to know what the heck love is. You see? Because a lot of folks really don't know what love is. Did somebody say? Yes, I'd like to speak on that for a minute. We'll talk about that in 1 second. Don't forget structured water and what that is, because we use it in our herbal products and we actually have it on the entire building. And there's a device that you can get that actually helps to do that. In fact, I'm going to put the banner up while we talk about our desires. The company that has the products that structures water and also can protect you or alleviate radiation in your energy field. Okay. I have devices all around. They're on my phone. Okay. There's one we use that structures the water of your entire house. So when you're bathing and showering, it's not getting rid of toxins, it's structuring it and restructuring the toxins so that they are not toxic. Everything has an opposite. The website is improveyourlife.us. You have to say Dr. B sent you. You have to say Dr. B or Elevation. Just say Dr. B. It's going to be easier. Sent you. And there's devices there from yoga mats to things that actually purify water. That's where I have the quantum light. All those products there. There's a few on our website, but the majority of them will be at improveyourlife.us. Just tell them Dr. B sent you. The website is kind of antiquated looking, but the products are deep. And the reason why I'm mentioning it this now is because a lot of our desires get distorted by the water we drink, even if it's spring water, by the music you're listening to, by what you're wearing. So become clear. Just say clear channel. In your mind, say clear channel. What is it you desire? What would you desire to improve your life? You don't have to put it in the chat room because a lot of people want to make what should be private public. Stop wanting to talk so much. This is what I talked about earlier. We want to make so many things public because I'm not sure what it is. We want 5 seconds of fame or whatever. If you like, put it in the chat room. I'm telling you the most powerful things is when you close your mouth and actually become the thing and stop telling everybody and letting other people put their voodoo, their hoodoo. You need to put your you do on it. How do you put the you do on it? By you do you. Voodoo is when, somebody created this thing called voodoo, which is not really what it is. It got people scared of this thing, but it's basically about the sound of drums and using the sounds of drums and music to create a message. They got rid of that and they got you scared of that because some cultures used the drums and music to let everybody know it was time to align or become free. So be careful of what you so quickly want to chat about, so chatty and text about. Let's do this by yourself, for yourself. Pick one, no more than 3 things. It'd be best to focus on one thing that you desire right now. It's time to become this desire. Whatever it is, become the sage, become the crystal, become the desire. Once you have the desire in your mind, imagine you're it and you're there. So if you want to use the word love, what is truly love for you? Can you imagine what love would really be like? Maybe you're already it. And love is not something outside of you. It starts inside of you. Do you truly love yourself? Or do you have parts of yourself that you want to hide and fake up and make up because you don't love yourself? You don't love the way you look. You don't love the way you act. So you talk a certain way, you act a certain way around people, and that has to do with you not having enough self-love. Be natural. Let it all hang out. Everybody's not perfect. There is no perfection. That comes from the mindset of the junkyard. That comes from the mindset of the Iron Age, that whole mindset of you got to be something and claim something and own something. And all of that has to do with the old world. Let that go. If you could, if only for this weekend, this time, for the next 3, 4, 5 days, become what you desire in your mind. Imagine it. We've got to go from post-traumatic stress syndrome to post-traumatic growth syndrome. Post-traumatic growth syndrome is what Billy Carson's doctor told him he was involved in because he'd been through a lot of trauma in his life. So the doctors who scanned his brain said, you've transformed the stress from trauma into growth. That is huge, y'all. Post-traumatic growth, using the trauma, the drama, the pain at this particular time, pile it up and use it as fuel. That's what we've got to move from. But first, you must have a goal. One goal that you would like to achieve. So that now you could take everything that went into making it, that coming to this point, and turn it into growth syndrome. It's going to be important to mind your business. In the new world, stop minding other people's business. Know what your business is. What is your business? What do you do? Put 100% and become totally passionate in what it is you would do for yourself, by yourself, with yourself. Where's your passion? Now, you may go to work and have a job that you work. That's okay. We're not saying go quit your job if that's bringing in the money that you need to put into your business. Your business is your mindset, your goal, what you're moving towards. That's your business. And each day you must remind your business, because you'll forget and start talking too much and putting your stuff in the wind so other people can catch your idea and then you say they stole it. That's because you put it out. Quiet. Silence is golden. Loose lips sink ships. So your business is going to be this new idea, this new goal. Make that your busyness. Be busyness about that. Be business about that thing. And somebody says, desiring financial freedom. What is freedom? Now, we got to be careful, because for some people, they've been chasing freedom all their life and they can't get out of the dome that the freeness has put over us. You've been free in the Thunderdome, in the farm. Maybe we should take the word dome off of free. Desire to be free. And what does free mean? What would you do if you were totally free? What would you do? If you had exactly all the things you desired right now, what would you do? What would you be doing? Where would you be? Who would you be? What is financial freedom? We got to get down to what that really means. It may mean the access to go wherever you would like, whenever you'd like. Access. But first, you've got to get focused on what it really is and be able to define it clearly in one sentence. And once you get it, remember, mind your business. Don't tell everybody what it is you're creating, what you're moving towards, what your ship is traveling towards. You're going to use the wind, the solar wind that's coming down right now, the alignment, and during this, what they call MAHURTA. Once again, I'm not pronouncing it correctly. to use that to spread your wings and let the sail, let the wings or let the wind of the solar wind float you to the new world. You got to be ready to let the old world go. And a lot of the old world is none of your business. It wasn't your business. You didn't own it. You just were working for people on a slave plantation. So be clear about your goal. Be clear. Make it very clear. Take some time today and ponder on what you really desire. Don't make it a whole sentence of different stuff. Pick one, possibly three, because after that, your subconscious, the saboteur within your subconscious will start jamming the frequency. We all have a saboteur in our subconscious. It will jam these frequencies. So mind your business. Mind it. Mind it. Put it in your mind, your own mind. This is so important, what I'm telling you right here. That's why I keep stressing it. You've been involved in somebody else's business, doing somebody else's deeds. Become your mantra. Think about your self-talk. Think about the self-talk. What have you been saying in your own head? Because that becomes waves too, going out into the galaxy. Sending that into the quantum field. What you're saying over and over, what you're repeating about yourself, what you're saying about others becomes your mantra. Your own self-talk, even though you haven't said it out of your mouth, it's still generating energy into the field. So be careful what you're saying. Grandmother medicine. My grandmother told me before I left, never leave home without a prayer. It's one of the most powerful statements I've ever heard. Never leave home without a goal. Never leave home without a meditation, a focus, a telos. A telos is when you have picked where you're going and you're moving towards it so that your telomeres in your body at the end of your genes begin to vibrate based on what you're focusing on so that your reticular activating system can pick up that vision, pick up that message and send it to the cells and send it to the DNA and straight down to your core, and the mitochondria can hear it, and every part of you begins to radiate that to the entire galaxy every day. This is the same as having a daily mission, a goal, a focus, a chief aim, or a temporary destination in mind, because all destinations are temporary. This is how you create a powerful goal statement. It must be first person. It must be agreeable and present tense. The subconscious, and there is a whole class I do about the subconscious at elevationtime.com. There's a lot of classes over there. If you'd like to go learn about that, go to elevationtime.com and go to education. And you have classes and workshops that we've done. There's a bundle you can pick up if you'd like of many, many classes. It's like going to college. So if you really like what I'm, putting out and putting down and raising up today, there's a lot more of it. This is just a small piece to help put us on track for this energy field that's happening right now as we now enter into this new space. And in the new space, we need to have a beautiful goal. It is your mission statement. It's your business statement. It's part of your bio, your own personal biography, what it is that you are moving towards. What it is you're attracting, magnetizing. The statement you're going to write must be first person. So it must say, I am, I allow, I will, something like that. I create. What? It must be agreeable. Whatever it is that you're going to put in this statement must be agreeable. This is going to be the most powerful mantra in your life. Don't in no way mention something you do not desire in your mantras. Only mention what it is you desire. So it's first person, something agreeable, a few short words. Do not get into trying to write this whole paragraph. Your subconscious and the saboteur inside your subconscious will slice you up. You got to sneak in between the cracks. This is a code. You're going to do something that's going to codify it, codify this information. Everybody listen for a minute. Please stop typing in the chat room. I need you to listen to this. Just listen carefully. Be quiet for a minute. It must be a statement that is first person. I will. I allow. You could even say we. That's still first person because that's all about your personal universe. The statement should be agreeable. And it must be present tense. And this is where the tree's roots meet the earth. This is the most powerful piece. Your statement can only be in the present. If you make a statement about the past, trying to fix the past, the subconscious gets confused. What are we talking about? There is no past. Did you know this past doesn't exist in your subconscious? Not the way you think. If you start thinking and talking about the future, the subconscious shuts it down because it doesn't exist. Even though you're talking about Monday, that's why I stopped talking about Monday. It doesn't exist. It's only a possibility. It's like when you're not focusing directly on it, it doesn't exist because it's like foggy. It's like mystical. There's a mist until you focus right at it. But if something's in front of you, you can see it better. You can feel it better. You can hear it better by being in the moment. Your statement is going to be first person agreeable present tense. That means right now. So I'll give you one that you could, if it works for you. I allow myself to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. I allow. That's first person. Agreeable. Allowing is agreeable when you allow something good to happen. Myself to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. And keep in mind, wise people are very careful what they say, when they say it, and who they say it to. Wise people are very careful what they do, when they do it, and how they do it. Wise people are careful what they listen to, what they hear. Wise people are very careful. Just because you read a bunch of stuff does not mean you're wise. There's a difference between being intelligent and wise. Some wise people are very quiet. You don't even know they're in the room. So this is a simple one. I allow myself to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. Now, some of us, because of chronic servitude syndrome, we've been in it so long, you're going to need to put a tag on it so that your subconscious says it's okay because we're doing it for other people too. So try this. I allow myself to be healthy, wealthy, and wise while helping others do the same. While helping others do the same. I allow myself to be healthy, wealthy, and wise while helping others do the same. That covers the end so that you can close that loop so that your subconscious says, oh, we're helping other people. It's just not about us. But you put yourself first here. You got to put yourself first. That's one statement. It doesn't have to be that. But you see how it's short? It's quick. It's not long and drawn out. Healthy, wealthy, and wise. That's three things. I allow it. It's already happening. When you say I allow, you're just opening up a gate. You're opening up a doorway. that's already happening. The energy of the universe is already happening all around you. It's always available. A lot of times we're damming up the energy of the godness. We're damming up the energy of creation by having lack, limitation, and not enoughness in our mind, by speaking the language of struggle, by always wanting to be heard, by always needing to say something, always need to do something, and be busy doing 200 tasks and not even being able to get one thing complete. And I'll say something else about this statement. And I'll be doing a class on the subconscious at sometime this year. We're going to do a class and teach folks how to do this thing that I've done for many years called subconscious alignment. We're going to pass it on. I'm going to pass on a lot of things in 2024, 2025, 2027, 2026. If you read your statement backwards, it should poetically have the same meaning. Are you hearing what I'm saying? When you read your statement backwards, it should poetically have the same meaning. So I allow myself to be healthy. I didn't say become, because become puts it in the future. Be healthy, wealthy, and wise, while helping others do the same. Y'all ready for this? I'm going to read it forward. I allow myself to be healthy, wealthy, wise, healthy, wealthy, and wise while helping others do the same. Backwards. Same the do. Others helping while wise. And wealthy, healthy be. To myself, I allow. I'm going to read it backwards again. Listen to it very carefully, because one side of your brain is hearing information in one direction, and the other side of your brain is picking up information and reading it in a whole nother direction. Your two sides of your brain actually speak differently. They see everything differently. When we read it backwards, we begin to program the information in a different way on a different side of your brain. So listen, I allow myself to be healthy, wealthy, and wise while helping others do the same. Same the do. Others helping while wise, and wealthy, healthy be. To myself, allow I. Some of y'all like, huh? Yes. That's gold. Even though it doesn't sound like straight ahead English spelling, when you read this backwards, this statement, whatever statement you come up with, it has to be the same, have the same goal backwards as it does forward. Wow. Boom. Did you get that? I'm going to read it backwards one more time. Same the do. You probably say, well, that don't make no sense. That's because you stuck in if you stuck in your idiocratic mind, if you stuck in your logical mind, it doesn't. If you're so intelligent, then it doesn't. If you get it in your poetic mind, if you get in your jazz mind, your total improvisational mind, your artistic mind can get this. Same the do. Others helping while wise, and healthy, wealthy be. To myself, allow I. To myself, allow I. Oh, this is heavy. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Put that in your water and drink it. The two sides of your brain are picking up information backwards and forwards. One side of your brain is dyslexic, and the other side is dyslexic. I just made that up, y'all. Dyslexic and dyslexic. The two sides of the brain are picking up information totally differently. The conscious and the subconscious are picking up information totally differently. In fact, it's not just about your forebrain and your rear brain. It's like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 quadrants of your brain. It's not so simple like they gave it to you. So this is your new statement, whatever you'd like. First person, agreeable, present tense. Don't have a lot of words because you're going to confuse yourself. Make it simple and to the point. Be direct. And act as if you have it now. There is no future. Have it now. And then the goal is to feel it as if it's happening now. Feel it. Don't just try to see it, because your mind is going to be all tricky and your brain's been getting photoshopped. Your eyes been getting photoshopped with what you think you're seeing most of your life. Did you know that? Did you know it? So what you're going to do is you're going to create this short statement. First person, agreeable, present tense. Do not in any way, form, shape, say in your statement what it is you do not desire. Only mention your desires. From now on, when you talk, mention what you desire. Don't mention, what are you talking about? Where we get this reverse speech? But we got to talk about what we don't want. We got to focus on the problems more than solutions. Your new job is to focus on solutions only. You only need to mention the problems for 20% of your speech. The 80% needs to be the solution. If you ain't got a solution, shut up. Be quiet. Silence is golden. Loose lips sink ship. That's why your boat can't get off the shore now. That's why you're stuck. You haven't untied your boat from the shore. So the doc's got you. The doctor's got you. The dock captain, huh? This is about maritime law. You hooked to the dock. You done gave all the documentation to show them everything is on your boat. Everything you got. Bad black sheep. Have you any wool? That's some maritime law stuff. What you got on your boat? What you're carrying in your vessel? What kind of vessel do you even have, huh? What kind of boat is it that you're sailing on? What is your boat? What is your ship? Is it a warship? Some of you been worshiping so much that you don't even know that you're crashing and having war and hitting bombs and ocean mines and getting shot at because you're worshiping a little bit too much. Is it a love boat? That means everybody should be being in love and loving and being loving and openly loving, not secretly loving, openly loving. Love is open. What kind of ship do you have? Is it a sailboat? Is it a beautiful sailboat where the wind blows it in the direction of the wind? And just remember, sometimes you may run into a storm, drop down your sails, let the boat float. It's only temporary. There's going to be challenges on the boat because 90% of your journey in life is course correction. You're never going directly towards the thing. Never. I don't care who you are, how deep you are, how much you wrapped up in your clothes and how much spiritual jewelry you got on. I'm telling you, don't mean nothing. It's just symbols. Some folks feeling high emotions, let them go. Let it out. Cry, scream, holler. Let it all out. Go sit on that toilet and take a good shit. Just let it all out. Go outside on the ground and let one go. Or two. You don't know how liberating that is until you do it. So there's your goal statement. The important thing is to think in ink. Write it down with a pencil. Some of y'all done typed it into the computer all quick. Typed it into the phone. Think in ink, write it down with a pencil, with a pen, making them kinesthetic, auditory, and visual. This opens up the gateway to the subconscious and helps delete old files that may be in opposition to the new goal. Excuse me as I eat a date. That's deep, eating a date. Ingesting the time. A date. Why they call it a date? Very special food, a date. Write down your goals, either with a pencil or a pen on paper. Handwriting, scoring. Why have you been so inclined to just type everything on a keyboard and just punch up these keys, which really have no meaning except what you've given them? But when you write, when you score with your handwriting, it goes deep into the subconscious because it's art. It's a sign of your nature. They even called it cursive, as if, using a pencil is going to curse you out. It's bad. Moved you right into just punching in some numbers that don't have enough significance, so you're not reaching your goals because you're not writing them down. Think in ink, write goals down, making them kinesthetic. That means you can feel the pen or the pencil. You can hear the sound. When I was writing a note earlier, you could hear me writing it. Auditory and visual. When it is kinesthetic, auditory, and visual, that experience goes deep into your subconscious. Write down. Here's another one. I allow peace, love, harmony. That's a simple one. I allow peace, love, harmony. Breathing is very important. When feeling challenged by emotional states, which you may feel when you start saying your statement and feeling your statement and imagining you're there, it may become very emotional because you may have never done it this way before. When facing old self or disagreeable feelings in the present moment, you must breathe deeply. This causes the diaphragm to create waves that pump the 7 oceans or the humors of the body, signaling every cell of your body that the CEO or the captain of the vessel is at the helm. Some of y'all got to be careful because your ship is a cargo ship. How many of your vessel has become a cargo ship and you're carrying all other people's stuff? It's okay. Admit it so that we can obliterate it in your mind. Breathe deeply. It is very important while you're saying your new statement to breathe it. Another thing you're going to do is write your statement 7 times with your right hand and 7 times with your left hand. 7 times with your right hand and 7 times with your left hand. And do this every day. What you're doing is scoring it inside your head, in your body, in your mind. You're scoring it. It becomes a musical score. You're turning it into music. There's a sound that it makes while you're writing. That's music. As you're writing, there's a rhythm. Even though one hand's not, it's going to be struggling now for a minute. Just keep writing, keep moving, keep walking into the field, keep going, keep scoring. 7 times. Now, if you'd like to take it to the next level, you write it 7 times forward with your right hand, 7 times forward with your left hand, 7 times backwards with your right hand, 7 times backwards with your left hand. You wanted to go deep? Do that one. Remember, one hand is going to argue. One side of you is going to fight. One side of you is the saboteur that will try to mess this up and try to make it look pretty. It don't look pretty enough. It ain't looking good enough. I'm not getting the A in school. I'm not spelling it right. It's not right on the lines. I'm telling you, let it go. There is no perfection. Nobody says your left hand on your right hand is supposed to be perfect. They're not. Unless you're ambidextrous. Some of us are. Most person has one side leads. It has more, given it more energy. You've exercised it more. So we're going to exercise the other side. It's not going to be easy at first. It's like playing a new instrument. At first, it's challenging. Learning a new sport, learning a new idea. But you start having neurogenesis. You start growing new nerve cells, new brain cells as you start doing new activities. And this is what's going to be important in the new age for you to start doing new things. You keep doing the same thing the same way, you're going to keep getting the same results. Well, you want to repeat an old rusty age? You want to go live in the junkyard again? Go. That's up to you. Choose it. Some folks, no matter what, you try to bring them to heaven, they bring some hell with them. They get up in heaven and start a fight in heaven with themselves. Because they've lived in war so much. And they don't know how to make love out of the things that are not love. You've got to learn to transmute the things that are not love into love. And if you come together as lovers, you need to together transmute what you no longer desire into what you desire as lovers. I don't care if it's for one night, one day, 1 week. You've got to rise to the level where the orgasmic energy of the universe connects with you, because the universe is only about connection. It's only about intimacy. Nature is only about intimacy, connecting, intercourse. Course is things coming together that never came together and creating something new. If you are not able to make love out of things that are not love, and if you and your mates or whoever you are with, if you're not able, then we should just maybe be cool for at least a few days here, because you're about to encode and decode something that you no longer desire and give birth to it. Excuse me. Breathe. The food that you're eating, eat the best food you can eat. Maybe not eat at all. Take a break. Go outside. If it's really cold, go outside totally naked in the cold. Stay out there for at least 7 minutes. It may be freezing, but you're totally naked. And guess what happens? Your liver comes online and says, oh my God, we're about to freeze to death. We're about to have hypothermia. Pump the blood, pump the lymph. Everybody get busy. It sends a message directly to the hypothalamus to regulate the temperature, turn up the temperature. We got an emergency happening. But what happens is you begin to burn off a lot of stuff that your body no longer desires. It begins to throw off the ship the things that we don't need that's weighting it down. Just that shockwave of you being in the total cold naked, or jumping in some very cold water, or taking a very cold bath naked. I have to say naked because some folks would do the cold bath, but they got on all kind of clothes so they don't get too cold. I don't know what kind of sense that makes, but people, I don't know. You never know where people are coming from and where they're going. So don't think you can read other people's minds, because you don't know what other people are thinking and what they're feeling and what they're going through. Leave them alone. Mind your business. Sometimes fasting tells your body, oh my God, no food is coming in. We're about to starve. Okay, start burning up the cells. Any cells that are inferior, get rid of them. Get rid of those cells right now. Go, go, go. Emergency, emergency. Put your body in emergency. When you put your body and your mind in emergency, guess what? All of a sudden your body goes into urgency and it begins to elevate. And it says, we got to survive. And it puts itself into what? This survival vibration. And it says, get rid of what we no longer need. Drop everything. Adrenaline. We need adrenaline. We need cortisol right now. It's about more circulation. It's about the eyes begin to dilate, right? So that you can focus only on what you desire and what you need. Your blood flow begins to change when you put yourself in emergency, when you put yourself in the urgency, and you have this new statement and this new thing, and you jump in that cold water. You go outside on the cold ground with your naked feet on the earth, and you begin to discharge the past. Let that stuff go. Let all that talk go where you need to be seen and your ego is involved. Let it go. Let all that stuff go find its destiny. Let the dead bury their dead. This is the time to wake totally up by being nothing for a minute. Do not take your old luggage with you. You need a shock. Some folks that's conscious say, well, Dr. B, I know, I already do that. Well, yeah, you got to put that in the chat room about what you do. Mind your business. Man, everybody got to be tripping. I know all about this. Well, why you got to tell everybody you know it? Obviously, you don't know it. There's a problem if you need to tell everybody what you know. You're not listening because you're trying to show up and show out and show off. You just do it. The time of that is dead, y'all. It's dead. Breathe and let go. Be quiet for a minute. Whew. The benefits of organic cotton. Naturally has a higher level of spiritual purity, attracts divinity and more life force energy from the environment, improves comfort and ease at which your body functions, greater ability to retain agreeable vibrations, softer and more breathable on your skin, free from chemicals, ethically sustainable. This is organic cotton. So in your new world, you start replacing, start your socks and your underwear, start with them. Start getting organic cotton. You can find it online all over the place. Organic cotton. And if you can't get organic, at least get cotton. Cotton straight is not the best, but it doesn't take that much energy from your body. Organic cotton gives you energy if you can find it. But guess what? Don't ask about the price, because what the other stuff is costing you, you can't believe what these fabrics are doing to your body and your mind, your spirit, even your spirituality. You talking about you totally spiritual and you going to a spiritual meeting, you going to a prosperity prayer and a meditation, and you got on some fake ass fabrics. Talking about they from Africa when it was really made somewhere in China with somebody with slave labor with some African designs on it. And you think that you being spiritual. A lot of stuff that we've been involved in, okay, we didn't know, okay, but now you know. So now you attempt to do better. Start with your underwear. Just go get some cotton, organic cotton underwear. See, y'all, some folks is laughing about Dr. B. Man, I'm telling you, your underwear. A lot of your clothes is wearing you out. About you don't have no energy and I feel sick. Dr. B, they said I got a liver problem. Do you know that liver problem could be coming from the food, the clothes, the drink, the activity, the jokes, some of these bad jokes, being sarcastic all the time. Do you know what sarcasm causes? Do you know the disease that sarcasm causes? Do you know what sarcasm even means? To tear flesh, to rip the blood, to bleed things. See, it's an egotistical thing. I'm always being sarcastic. I'm the life of the party. Gotta be sarcastic, talking shit. So there's shit coming out your mouth. And you think that it's funny. And people are laughing. Oh my God, it's really funny, isn't it? That goes right to your root. What you're wearing your words. Now all you got to do is have some fabrics on, right? That are breaking, right? Fabrics, right? This has got to do with you going along with fashion, which has to do with fascism, which happens to do when the military takes over and changes the brain and takes away all the natural rights of the people in the name of an emergency. That's what fashion has to do with. High fashion. You got to keep buying all this stuff from these people. You got to have people's brands on. Do you know what that's doing? The branding? I am saying in the new world, wear your own brands. Stop letting people brand you like they brand horses and cattle. They burn something into them. So now something got burned into your shirt, burned into your sneakers. Invest that extra money into a garden, into eating right, into feeding a family that needs help. Invest it into being quiet. Go to the local farms, the local ones. Never mind the grocery store so much, because there ain't nothing growing in there. They didn't call it a grocery store. And your mind says something's live in there. Nothing, everything in there is dead, except the little basil and the little, they might sell a little rosemary if you're in the right neighborhood that's living in a little thing in a little dish. You can buy that and put that up on a little cup, put that on your, that's actually a good thing. The benefits of organic cotton. So, you know, now we have the I Allow hoodies. In fact, I have one here. Have y'all checked out the I Allow hoodies? Yeah, we're winding down. This is the I Allow hoodie, organic cotton. Now, I almost said my daughter created this whole logo, this look, this t-shirt. But then I remember she's not my daughter. If she was my daughter, I could have told her to do it and she'd have did it. No, she created it of her own mindset. So she's not my daughter. She's the girl who lives in this house, who is extremely creative. I like that better. Not my daughter, the girl, the one. Let's just call her the one. Never mind the sexuality thing. The one, the being. So every time you invest in an I Allow hoodie made of organic cotton at elevationtime.com, can you see that? You're programming yourself with a mantra. You're wearing the mantra. You're wearing it. And also there is the I Allow t-shirt, organic cotton. You can wear that as your underwear and have a mantra up under your clothes. I allow peace, love, and harmony at elevationtime.com. Now you can get 10% off up until Monday by using the discount code New Age. And these are going fast. So the mediums, I think we may even be out of stock on the mediums. They may be large, and there's some little ones for children. The small one is the cutest one. I should have brought one of those up here. They're so beautiful. Not cute. Cancel, cut, delete, and clear. They're beautiful. The little ones. You could just have it. Some people don't even wear them. They just want it around. It's a mantra. And if you're wearing your mantra, then you're moving towards the mantra every day. And I don't have a picture of it, but we have a mug now. A glass cup for drinking tea, water, an I Allow cup that is being infusing whatever is in that glass with I allow love, peace, and harmony. Is that good or is that good? At elevationtime.com. Go check them out. Those are the type of things that we need to start doing to infuse our day with our goals. So there's the hoodie. And that's Halim right there. Halim is the person that runs our shipping and handling. I almost said my son, but he's not my son. He's the guy. He's a great model too, Halim. It's amazing. So there's they're made of 100% organic cotton. They're at the website elevationtime.com right now. Okay. So we also have a Protect Pro cell phone technology that protects the phone from harmful radiation of 4G, 5G. And I just heard now they've reinstalled it to make it where it's 6G too, because the 6G, they didn't put 6G out publicly because y'all was screaming too much about 5G. So they secretly popped out 6G. So 6G is in the phones. Now, some people say, well, I already bought my device for the phone, Dr. B. Every device that you pick up from this company, when he changes it, it changes them all of them in the field. So there's devices he has that helps to turn food into organic. There's a little box called the Food Protect. It changes all the frequency. You know, they're using bugs now. Y'all know about that right now. Bugs are okay to use in food as meat. They got certain bugs. They grind them up, these mealworms and things that look like meat, taste like meat, and it's bugs. That might be healthier than eating some of this other stuff, than some of these other impossible burgers and things. I might rather eat the bugs. At least I know they're real bugs. They really lived and flew. I don't know how you made this impossible thing. It's impossible. So don't think that bugs are bad, but certain bugs have certain parasites. There's types of parasites in certain foods that are very challenging to get, that your regular old colon cleanser is not going to work on. Your regular parasite herbs and your diatomaceous earth. So the phone protect is at elevationtime.com. You put that in your phone. And here's another thing. Not only does it transmute and change the frequency of radiation in your phone, but whoever you're talking to at the same time. Everybody you're talking to, it is working on their phone too. It goes up to the satellite, to the cell towers, and it hits the whole planet, and it finds whoever you're talking to, even if they're overseas, and their phone is being modified. It's changing. It's not getting rid of radiation. It's changing the frequency of radiation to be life-giving instead of life-taking. And those products, somebody said, well, where are they, Dr. B? Because most of them on the website have been sold out over the holidays. So it's at improveyourlife.us. And there's the energy wand, the light. The light. You just shine the light on people, plants, animals, yourself. And it brings the energy up. It breaks the seal of some of this stuff that's stuck to you energetically, that's bringing your energy levels down. It opens you up to the quantum field. I usually have one in here. I was going to shine it on y'all, but I don't know what I did with it. I didn't bring it today. It works magically. Okay. We're almost done, y'all. A flower essence called Centauri is extremely important at this time, y'all. I don't know if you understand or know about flower essences. They're different than essential oils. They're not the same. They're different than herbs. Flower essences work on connecting you to your stars, connecting you to the spirit realm in a whole nother kind of way. This one here is important, especially for the people who have been in chronic servitude, when we talk too much, we do too much. This one breaks the spell so that you could learn to say no. Positive qualities: serving others from inner strength while nourishing one's inner needs, acting from strength of inner purpose, saying no when appropriate. Patterns of imbalance: weak-willed, dominated by others, servile, acting to please, difficulty saying no, fatigue and related problems due to self-negligence. Negligent. How you say the word? Negligent. You're going to get this online at a company called FES, Flower Essence Services. Flower Essence Services. FES. It's Centauri Flower Essence. Centauri. Just a few drops, you start saying no. Books: The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. The Mastery of Love, Don Miguel Ruiz. Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. The Life You Were Born to Live by Dan Millman. Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself by Dr. Joe Dispenza. Power versus Force by David R. Hawkins. Somebody asked, can you use flower essence by breastfeeding? Most of them, yes. I would go study not breastfeeding. Go study flower essences. It's a whole nother side of science, of natural medicine. Flower essences, not essential oils, flower essences. They work on connecting you to your original spiritual energy. They work quickly too. These books, some of you, I read that. I got that. I'm saying, if you read it, have you read it recently? Are you living it? Have you become it? These books right here will fast track you quickly to being the best self you can be, which is the thing to do as we go through this huge shift, is to start reprogramming the new you, the new DNA, which is now being you're being programmed and downloaded right now. It's not Monday, it's now. These books are going to help you tap into the ways to become the authority of yourself, to your prosperity and your divinity. This is the short list of books. You got it? Don't just talk about it, live it. It's beautiful. You're beautiful. You're amazing. You're a miracle. All you have to do is remember and begin to use those wings. Symptoms of parasites: low energy, anger, negative thinking, cancer, heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, menstrual problems, vaginal infections, sexual dysfunction, over and underweight, drooling while sleeping, itchy ears, nose, anus, and body, grinding the teeth, gas and bloating, chronic fatigue syndrome, pain in the joints, allergies, fatigue, insomnia, food and drug cravings, rash and pimples, things floating by the eyes, epilepsy, liver problems, loss of appetite, always feeling hungry, unclear vision. What I created in 1996, based on the experience I had, I was urged to create a cleanse and a detoxification program for parasites, not your average parasites. Your average parasite cleanse that most people have on the market, it works very well for parasites of the digestive tract. So that's cloves and black walnut, green black walnut hulls, and wormwood, and what's the others? Diatomaceous earth, and then there's papaya seeds. There's a bunch of them that work really well for digestive parasites. What we have been dealing with are superbugs, ones that control the mind, ones that control our essence. Where's the book? You know, it's very strange when you sometimes you get organized and you put everything where you think you need it, and all of a sudden you can't find it. See, that's that subconscious. That's the subconscious trying to control me. And check it out. You ever look for something and look for something, you can't find it, and it's right here in front of you? That's what just happened. A very good book about the superbug parasites is This Is Your Brain on Parasites. It is now known that there are parasites that control your thinking. There's a whole new side of science called psychoparasitology. Psycho, brain, mind, thinking. This Is Your Brain on Parasites. This is one of the first books who dive deep into this subject. One of the main parasites we have to be careful with and deal with is toxoplasma. It's the mind control parasite. It's the mind control parasite. What do you mean? This parasite, they say, seems to have popped up around 6,000 years ago when certain beings popped up on the planet around 6,000 years ago. And all of a sudden, cats, domesticated cats popped up. And I want you to keep in mind, some people say that I'm against cats. I'm not against cats. What I'm saying is that the domesticated cat is a very different being than the wild cats. And I was going to go, I'm just going to leave it like that. The cats, that's why they tell a pregnant woman that she cannot be around cats, because the cats, the domesticated cats, carry a parasite called toxoplasma, which is a mind control parasite that is in the cat's poop, that's in the litter, right? And when it's in the litter, the rats actually are attracted to cat urine and cat feces, and they eat it. Now it gets in the rats and it controls the rat's brain, so the rat doesn't even run away from the cat. When the rat is not a mouse or cat, rat is not afraid of a cat, something's wrong. Its brain has been rewired. Everything that has toxoplasma gets its brain rewired. The part of the brain called the amygdala is the part that has a lot to do with your emotions. It changes the way you feel, and this is why some of y'all can't change your emotions, and you're so reactive because you got toxoplasma. Toxoplasma controls your emotions. You probably said, well, I don't have any cats. Don't worry. There's enough cats in the world already controlling us. They're in your food. They're in everything. They're everywhere. They're in the feedlots where you got chickens, pigs, and cows. They even dancing around in the organic farms. You probably, well, it's an organic farm. It wouldn't have toxoplasma. Toxoplasma is everywhere in the environment now. And now they're saying 60 to 80% of the people have toxoplasma, which causes them to be brain dead on certain levels. Emotionally, their emotions are all over the place. People are bipolar, tripolar, pentapolar, always shifting. Somebody say something to you, you just get upset and you get mad. You get mad and you can't get unmad. And you want to fight something from the past. You want to beat somebody down or beat down an idea or make an enemy and be a victim all the time. This is because your emotions have been shifted by this parasite toxoplasma. And I want you to tell me what products you know out there actually can help deal with toxoplasma. As far as I know, based on my studies and the scientists that I worked with, this may be the only product out that actually helps us deal with toxoplasma. Some of y'all in the chat know about this. Some of y'all online know that when you did this program, what happened to you? You became free. Because that parasite is like a drone. It's being controlled by something that's controlling you, and it's causing people to walk around like zombies and be brain dead and be caught up in the world of emotion. And we've gone over this many years. This program has changed over and over. I had an old formula back in the day, which just dealt with the average parasites. But in 1996, this is when it hit that there is a super bug that has taken over most of the minds. It's an alien bug from an alien group of beings that would like to control your mindset and to get you emotional and to get you all worked up about something that ain't got nothing to do with you and none of your business. And it gets you off of your crown. It gets you off of your seat. Toxoplasma. And there's a few others too. I'm not going to mention them right now. So this program, right, is at elevationtime.com. It's a 28-day program. You can't do this without 28 days. If somebody tells you they can get rid of all your parasite within a week or whatever, I'm telling you, you can't just deal with these parasites with herbs, because some herbs cannot pass the blood-brain barrier. But flower essences can. Some essential oils, the vapor of them can. And this is why we also use a magnetic energy. We use a sound energy. We were able to put sound waves into the herbs. And we're using light energy. We're using the light wand to actually program and structure these products so that they now radiate energy throughout your entire body. So there's herbs in there for your colon. There's herbs in there for your reproductive system. There's one for males and one for females. There's herbs in there to work on your kidneys, liver, and spleen. There's products in there that work on your life force essence. They work on your jing, your jin. They work on all the different energy fields in your body. Did I say jin? Yeah, we're going to leave that there, the jin. A lot of y'all got jin, not just the liquor gin. See, Tony Quaid is always trying to start some trouble. He want to know if I have pictures of the ones with faces. Bro, we're not going to show that today. If I showed some of the pictures of the parasites we used to show back in the Good Life and things like that, people freak out. People actually have fainted and fallen out. And it's so scary that these beings, these creatures, actually are from other dimensions. There's one called Helicobacter pylori, H. pylori. A lot of people have it. And you look at it, you know this is an alien. You know this is the alien from the movies. Most of those movies where they show these monsters that look like aliens, they're actually very tiny living in you. A lot of folks, don't worry, I got my cleanse. Okay, well, take it. I'm not telling you to take mine. I'm not trying to sell you the product. I'm telling you we're offering something, right? And we've changed the program again to fit the new world. We're opening up, going deeper so that we can get rid of more of the trash so we don't drag the trash from the swamp up onto the reed as we become what? Dragonflies. You got to get out of the swamp. The swamp is what contains all the material. That's when we're nymphs. The baby dragonfly is a nymph. It lives in the nasty swamp, and it's always victimized. It's always being eaten, and everything is trying to eat it, and it's trying to eat everything. It's at war. It's in survival mode in the swamp. But then there is a mutation that happens, and finally the nymph crawls up the reed. And when it crawls up the reed, all of a sudden the sun hits it and the oxygen hits it because it's never even breathed natural air, and it splits open the shell. And when the shell splits open of the nymph, all of a sudden the dragonfly pops out. But one important thing it's got to do in order to make it, it's got to do it quick. It's got to take the water from the past, the victimhood, all the drama, the pain, and the turmoil, and the trauma that it's been through, and pump that water into its wings to inflate them. Then the sun, what does it do? It heats up the wings and evaporates and eviscerates the toxic waters of the past. And then the dragonfly flies for 2.5 weeks. And what do dragonflies do? One thing. They make love. As much as they can, as many times they can, with as many partners as they can. Please check out the life of the dragonfly. They're lovers, but they start out in the opposition. Whew. It's time to wind it up. Get grounded, y'all. Take your feet off. Your feet off. Take your shoes off. Put your arms around a tree. Grab your naked feet. Put your naked feet in the soil. Put your hands in the soil. Do it in groups. Do it together. If you could do it in the nude someplace, that would be great. Go way out in the woods. The Bambi don't care nothing about what you got going on. If you can do it in the cold, that would be good. Get grounded and let go of some of this past energy. This is how we get into the new age, because this is not some happenstance. See, a whole lot of alignments have happened and nobody noticed nothing. The next day, they're like, I don't know. And that's because people are not totally in alignment with themselves and they expect something just to happen. I guarantee some people will wake up on Tuesday and say, nothing happened. Oh, let me just go about my life, because it's gradual. Some folks say the lights may go out for a while. We don't know. Satellites may start falling. We don't know what's going to happen when we align ourselves with the center of the galaxy, as is happening now, which will be at the highest point on Monday. But that doesn't mean it's over. It lasts for months. In fact, this alignment is starting a wave, right? A wave that will be happening until 2027. We're going to be still growing and unfolding our wings into the new DNA until about 2027, when things really kick into the next level. Somebody said, what's the discount code? It is New Age, all one word, New Age at elevationtime.com. Let me put it up one more time because we're winding up. I got to go eat something I haven't eaten since yesterday. Drinking tea and water, and I'm going on the energy of love and harmony right now. Get grounded, y'all. You don't have to buy anything. You don't have to go to Elevation and purchase. I'm not telling you to do that. We just have offerings at Elevation that nobody else offers. Nothing else is like what we're offering. It's very unique. There's classes, there's workshops, there's things that you can just get for free. Just go get the information. Go study. Go to YouTube to Dr. B Sirius on YouTube. and check out the meditations that we have up there and the work and the music that's coming out. Go to Dr. B on IG. If you feel what I'm saying, if you hear what we're doing, if you hear what we're emitting and what we're putting out right now, travel with us. We're gaining our wings, y'all. And here is this class bundle. There's a date on the bottom, which is wrong. But this is Dr. B's A-list class bundle. We're offering 14 of Dr. B's A-list classes for a bundle price of $299. 56 hours of life-enhancing information, vital lessons, all in one place. Normally it would be blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I think it's actually less than that right now. But this date is wrong. This date is wrong. This is from an old slide. I just snatched it this morning and threw it up here to just show you because I didn't get a chance to change the slide. Forgive me. But the classes are all in one place. You'll get 10% off, and there's a whole lot of information that you can gain from this bundle. It's at elevationtime.com. And if you're a member, you get 10% off of everything from now on. And if you're a member and you use the discount code once again is New Age. Then you'll get another 10%. Monatomic Platinum Life Monatomic Elixir, the product we made with Dick Gregory. Pineal decalcification, peak performance, increased life expectancy, mood lifting, anti-aging, energizing, telomere repair, heavy metal detox, environmental protection. This is one of our #1 products. People love it all over the world. There is a version that has CBD in it. On it, you're going to know it's because it says that Platinum Life Monatomic Elixir Plus, or it'll say infused. I can't say that on the website because they'll shut the website down because we can't have any hemp type products on the site because of their issues with hemp type products. But if you'd like the one that is infused with CBD, it says infused or it says plus on the website. Platinum is amazing, amazing, amazing. Great food for the new age. Iron. Without iron, you can't do anything. Most people have iron poor, tired blood, and that's why they have attitude. This is why some people don't have enough energy, and they're disagreeable and negative most of the time because they are anemic. Anemic will make you feel bad most of the time. This is a poor, tired blood remedy. Iron is important to have courage and to move without fear and to move with love. True love is courage, not fear. Don't be talking about you want to love somebody, but you're afraid. That's not love. Love is courage. You're not worried about your heart being broken because it will be. The minute you mention it, cancel, cut, delete, and clear, your heart begins to break and it skips beats. Okay, I'm going to move past that. Sugar, really quickly. Sugar blows your mind. Sugar shuts down the glands in your head, and now you can't perceive spirituality. You can't perceive anything correctly. You don't make enough oxytocin to truly know love, and you definitely cannot regulate when you've had too much of something. Sugar shuts down the production of leptin, right? And leptin is what tells your brain you've had enough of something. Whether it's an attitude, a way of talking, a way of walking, a way of living, you don't know when you've had enough of something if you have sugar in your body. Sugar shuts down the natural function of every part of your body. Okay? Now, this iron does not cause constipation because this iron that we have is made from natural plants. Natural plants that are high in what they call nascent iron. The irons that cause constipation are the ones that are made of ferric oxide, which is rusty iron. Why would you give somebody rust? Your thoughts are prayers. Your thoughts are prayers. Our thoughts are prayers. Whatever you're thinking is what you're praying. Did you know this? Did you know that whatever you're pondering on, you're asking for? Whatever you're focusing on, you're attracting. Did you know that? Did you know that? Whatever you're saying, you're becoming. Whatever you're feeling, you're attracting. Thoughts are prayers. Words are prayers. A very good meditation is to just repeat A-E-I-O-U. By repeating these sounds, you're tuning yourself up. Tuning up your chakras, opening up your energy centers for the new life. The vowels are very powerful. That's why they're important in language. The vowels. A-E-I-O-U. This is the song A-E-I-O-U, which will be on the new Medicine Music product, Medicine Music Collective 3, along with the song I Allow and a few others, new others. On this, along with the musicians that we're using, is a sister who is singing the A-E-I-O-U along with me, Sister Noelle. She actually is the one who has the company organicorganizers.com. Thank you, Noelle, for helping us with this meditation, A-E-I-O-U. I'd like to thank Azare for helping us with the song I Allow. I would like to thank the folks who helped to create what we call elevation. Sister Vashti, Sequoia, Kawhi, who really has become a huge integral part of elevation. Kawhi Matthews, who does a lot of the photography, the editing. Kawhi Matthews, thank you. Sister Casey Lovelace, thank you. Halim, thank you. Maddie, thank you. Brother Rael, thank you. And brand new to the team, Sister Sarah. All those who work with elevation directly or indirectly, thank you. For Samira, who is helping create the logos of I Allow, and Isa, who helps with the numerology and the numbers and the frequency mathematics of the dates and calendars of time. Isa. And for Evelyn, who helps in the background, making sure I spell things right and say things right. Thank you. If I've missed any names, you know who you are. Thank you. For those of you who have traveled with us on this ship called Elevation for all these years, thank you. And for those who just jumped on the boat just in time, thank you. For those of you who have donated your time and invested your time here with Elevation on these classes, thank you. For those of you who invest your time and dedicate your time to helping other people, thank you. For those of you who are the nursemaids, the doctors, the teachers out there, thank you. For those of you who have children, thank you for raising your children and cancel, cut, delete. Thank you for rearing your children and making them see and hear and feel and involving them in what you're doing in life. Thank you. And for the teachers out there, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank Sister Trudy for Unschooling Academy. She's the one who helped a lot of our children unschool themselves. Sister Trudy, thank you. It's a very different way of teaching. Those of you who are part of the Grow Where You Are organization with Brother Eugene, thank you. Giovanna at Awali, thank you. Brother Ross Kofi, thank you. Carl Nelson, thank you for the many years. 1994, I've been doing interviews on the Carl Nelson radio shows. Please check out Brother Carl Nelson. Thank you, Carl. Brother, should I say the name? No, we won't say that name. But I'd like to thank Billy Carson and Elizabeth Carson. Brother Rich over at Black Magic. Thank you. The many shows and workshops that we've been involved in for the last 20 years, 30 years now. Thank you. For those who were involved in my Ask Dr. B television show, which is over at forbiddenknowledge.com. Ask Dr. B television show. Thank you. And also go check out Sirius Vibes with Dr. B. Sirius Vibes with Dr. B on YouTube. And to my close friend, Greg Curtis, one of the most amazing producers and friends, I'd like to thank you, Greg, for the support. He sometimes is in the background telling me, get back on the mic. You're too close. The mic is too loud. The music is too low. Thank you, Greg. Amazing producer, working on some very interesting projects together. I'd like to thank you all. The reason why I'm giving these thanks today like this is because we're closing out the old. We're letting go of what has happened. And the next time you hear me, it will be on the other side, in the new age, with new programs, new looks, new sounds, new information. I appreciate each of you for being a part of this movement. I'd like to thank the thousands and thousands of people who have invested in themselves, and folks who have invested and given donations to Elevation and taken the products and learned the lessons and shared the lessons of love, peace, and harmony with the world. I'd like to thank you all right now. I'd like to thank the trees and the herbs, the birds, and the hawk that's been flying around the building as I talk today. I'd like to thank the hawks, the ladybug that showed up in the middle of the talk today. I'd like to thank the ladybugs and the fireflies, the soil, the bioluminescent compost that is actually happening under our feet every day, Mother Earth. I give thanks. Gaia, the moon, the heavens, and most of all, I'm grateful to the time period that we've gone through called Kali Yuga. The trials, the tribulations, the test. I'm grateful for them. Grateful for the challenges. Much love to you all. I'd like to thank the Great Mother, the Central Sun, the Super Sun, and the wavelength we call the MAHURTA that is happening now. Give thanks to all friends, even thank what we call enemies for the trial, for the test. This is a serious time. This is our coming out. Letting go. Get real. Be real. Be authentic. And let go. Let go. Let the waters of the new world, the new life flow. Let the tears flow. It's okay. Bathe in the new light of the new sun. The living, divine, natural wisdom. Allow it to flow. Open up and let go. As you travel, take with you these bits of information, these morsels of love and harmony. And remember, learn the art of gratitude, forgiveness, and letting go. Do this now. Get ready. Be ready. It's your time. Love yourself. No longer wait for others to love you. Be, do, have, do, be. Feel it now. Thank you. If there's any names I have not mentioned, just know that I love you. As we let go of the old and introduce the new. As of Tuesday, we will be in the new age where your wings have been waiting. You've always had wings. Why continue to just crawl? Spread your wings. Imagine you have them. Spread them. Imagine you have them. Sit up straight and be the lover. Don't wait to be loved. Be loving. Be loving. Much love to you all. My highest choice is that some of the things we have said have clarified and helped you detoxify from the old world. Help you elevate and ascend. This is the real, true ascension wave. It's not just on Monday. Let it be every day, in every way. Maximize the minimum, whatever little you have. Imagine that it's a lot and it is enough, and you are enough. You are worthy because you are choosing worthiness. Don't wait to be chosen. Choose yourself. Forgive yourself, your family, and all others for imperfections. Are you ready? Yes, there will be a replay of this. You can watch it as much as you like. You can share it with others if you like. It's beautiful. Be beautiful. Be you-tiful. Be full of you. Be creative. Stop modeling. Go with your gut. Let go. And let God, the creation in within you, the God power is always there. Thank you. Thank you.
Great Mother, thou hast patiently protected my purpose. Difficult this path of perfection. Indeed, the dead shall not know this glory. Greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. The desert of my soul has been drenched by the waters of life, liberated from labels, lacking no thing. This is the way of wisdom, the testament of tears, formed in the bowels of becoming, bringing forth the fruit of freedom. Bind not the beloved with busyness nor boredom. Rest is the reward of the Lord. Victory is assured to those that endure the depths of indecision. With perfect vision, pierce the veil of illusion, vanquish the villains of virtue, heal heaven's broken heart. Thou art imperishable, everlasting isness, nameless, blameless, purity personified. Be not tied to sensation, temptation, nor desire the temporal fires that burn your blessings. Shake till you wake, take your place amongst the luminous race, wrapped in royal radiance, transcending beginnings and endings, firmly rooted in the love above. Time is the enemy. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. We are inspired by shadows, moving by images, wildly wiggling our way through wonderland. Thou shalt not want. It is the perceived condition of lack that brings forth desire. Desire wants to fill its emptiness, obviously. Where's that emptiness? Where's that problem that takes your attention, consuming your moments? These are tricks of the brain trained to defend its temporariness. A jealous God demanding the allegiance of my members. It remembers what me forgot. It is and is not a nebulous nuisance needing more. Always. When one attempts to mature in consciousness through a fear-based perceptual lens, limiting beliefs in self will systematically sabotage the soul's ascension towards the freedom of knowing. Knowing demands surrender. Surrender befriends compassion. Compassion is the doorway to divine thought. Divine thought actualizes itself as pure potential. This omnipotent guiding force attempts to navigate its dualistic expression through socially enforced insecurities, creating antichrist archetypes that ultimately destroy the natural evolutionary process. Man does indeed possess the spark. It is unfortunately masked in the mystery that mesmerizes minds, confines men to mere mortality, a finite fallacy that feeds on fear. Fast from your past, fan the flames of fruition, finish your mission, listen to the babies, smell the daisies, birth yes from maybes, free yourself of yourself. Everything else is fake. Fear's an illusion, confusion is choosing when there's no choice. The voice heard first is Christ, so to think twice is blasphemy. For those with souls that see and hearts that hear, it's always now. Wow. Selah.